What happens when the veil between ecstasy and madness shatters, leaving mortals gasping for breath in a tempest of wild abandon? In the flickering shadows of an ancient festival, the air thickens with the scent of crushed grapes and the promise of liberation, but lurking beneath the revelry is a pulse of danger, a whispered warning that pleasure can morph into chaos in an instant. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and transformation, stands at the center, his eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance, a harbinger of both delight and destruction. The crowd dances, bodies entwined in a frenzied rhythm, laughter punctuated by the sporadic bursts of madness that ripple through the throng. A woman, her heart racing, feels the intoxicating pull of Dionysian bliss, a force so magnetic it draws her into a whirlwind of euphoria. Yet, as she swirls in the sea of humanity, uncertainty flickers in her mind. What price will she pay for the sweet nectar that fuels her desires? Beneath the laughter, the tension coils tightly, like a serpent ready to strike, as patrons lose themselves to the intoxicating embrace of the god who revels in both joy and despair. An ancient prophecy looms over the festivities, a tale whispered in the dark corners of temples and taverns, warning of the fine line between rapture and ruin. Dionysus, the lord of the vine, does not grant favors lightly. He demands loyalty, and the cost may be more than one is willing to pay. A shadow flits through the dancers, a figure cloaked in ambiguity, eyes glinting with the secrets of the past. Will they become a willing servant of chaos or a casualty of madness? As night deepens, the rhythm pulses harder, a heartbeat that quickens with each goblet raised and each drop swallowed. Laughter turns to screams, joy to terror, as the music reaches a fevered pitch. In the flicker of torchlight, truth and illusion intertwine in a grotesque waltz, where ecstasy becomes a weapon and madness, a seductive siren. Faces twist in euphoric abandon, yet beneath the surface, temptation festers like an open wound. Who will succumb to the siren call of Dionysus and embrace the ecstasy? And who will find themselves swallowed whole by the madness? As the moon hangs low, its silvery glow casting a haunting radiance over the scene, the air crackles with anticipation. Shadows lengthen and the tension thickens. One misstep could plunge them into the abyss. Will they dance through the night as demigods or perish beneath the weight of their own desires? The line between worship and madness blurs, and with every sip, every cry, and every heartbeat, the answer draws closer, tantalizingly out of reach. As history holds its breath, the stage is set for an unforgettable confrontation between the divine and the deranged. On a stormy night, when the winds howled like lost souls, a figure cloaked in shadows, with the flicker of candles around him, knelt before the altar of Olympus. This was no ordinary night. It was the night that would witness the birth of a god. The air crackled with energy, pregnant with the promise of something extraordinary. Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, had fallen in love with a mortal woman named Semele, whose beauty could bring a tear to even the hardest heart. The allure of her spirit burned like a flame that drew him in, igniting a passion that would change the world forever. But passion has a costly price. It often dances with peril. Semele, unaware of the full weight of her lover's celestial nature, wished for a gift that would seal her fate. In a moment of reckless desire, she asked Zeus to reveal himself in all his divine glory, believing that such a display would prove her worthiness. Zeus's heart sank at her request, for he knew that the brilliance of a god could shatter the fragile essence of a mortal. But how could a god refuse? Love often blinds the wisest of beings. When the moment finally came, the heavens erupted in a dazzling display of lightning and thunder. Semele stood before Zeus, her heart racing with awe, but her mortal body could not endure the blinding radiance that flowed from him. In a flash, she was consumed by the very light that was meant to illuminate her. The ground trembled, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the stormy night, a sound that would echo through the ages. But from the ashes of tragedy, hope arose. In that moment of chaos, something miraculous happened. Zeus, his heart torn by the loss of his beloved, took the unborn child from Semele's womb and sewed him into his own thigh, a delicate act of resurrection, a shimmering thread connecting life and death. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, was to be born anew. The heavens sighed in anticipation, for this child would bring both joy and madness, laughter and tears. As the seasons turned, the world awaited the arrival of this extraordinary child. When the time was right, he burst forth from Zeus's thigh, not through the usual cries of a newborn, but with laughter and joy that echoed through the mountains and valleys. The earth trembled beneath his feet, and wild vines erupted from the soil, wrapping themselves around trees as if nature itself bowed before him. He was more than a child. He was a force of nature, a whirlwind of emotion and chaos, ready to weave his legacy into the fabric of the world. Myths grew like wildflowers around his name. Dionysus was not just a god, he was a symbol of the duality of life. He could bring great joy and ecstasy through wine and festivity, yet he also tugged at the edges of madness and despair. The stories told of his adventures were filled with both laughter and tears, revealing a god who walked the fine line between pleasure and pain. The gods of Olympus, initially wary of this new deity, soon found themselves enchanted by his infectious spirit. One of the most poignant tales of Dionysus's early life tells of his journey to find his mother. After the tragic fate that befell Semele, he sought to bring her back from the depths of the underworld. His heart ached with the longing for the warmth of a mother's embrace, and with each step he took, the shadows of the underworld hung heavy over him, whispering doubts and fears. Yet Dionysus, emboldened by the fierce love he carried, pressed on, determined to defy the boundaries of life and death. In the dark realm below, he encountered fearsome guardians and tormented souls, creatures that would send shivers down the spine of the bravest warrior. Yet his resolve was unwavering. He danced through the shadows, his laughter echoing off the cold stone walls, a sound that sparked flickers of hope in the hearts of the lost souls. The essence of joy that he carried lit the path through the darkness, illuminating the way to the very heart of despair. His journey was a testament to the boundless spirit of love. It was a battle against the chains of fate. But the underworld, fierce and unforgiving, was not easily swayed. Hades, the lord of the dead, watched with narrowed eyes as this bold young god dared to intrude upon his realm. The tension thickened, the air electric with the possibility of conflict. Dionysus, undeterred, approached Hades with a heart full of emotion and a voice that rang like music through the caverns of the dead. He pleaded for his mother, not just as a son seeking a lost parent, but as a god proclaiming the power of love and joy. Hades, moved by the purity of Dionysus's heart, allowed Semele's spirit to emerge for a fleeting moment. As mother and son locked eyes, time seemed to stand still. The earth above and the shadows below held their breath as a sacred bond was reaffirmed. In that brief encounter, love transcended the boundaries of life and death, igniting a flame of hope that would never be extinguished. Yet, the tale of Dionysus does not end in triumph. The world outside the underworld was not ready for the ecstasy he brought, nor for the madness that often accompanied it. He faced rejection, ridicule, and betrayal, even from those he sought to uplift. But with each setback, he rose again, a phoenix from the ashes, reminding all who encountered him that the celebration of life is entwined with the acceptance of sorrow. The wine he poured was not just a drink. It was a potion of liberation, a key to unlock the chains that bound one's spirit. As the seasons changed and his stories spread like wildfire, Dionysus became a fixture in the hearts of mortals and gods alike. He filled their cups, danced in their festivals, and shook the very foundations of their existence. With every vine that grew, every glass that clinked, the legacy of his birth, of love, loss, and rebirth, echoed across the ages, weaving a tapestry rich in emotion and resonant with the truths of the human experience. And even in the quiet moments, when the world fell silent under a blanket of stars, the whispers of Dionysus lingered. His laughter danced on the evening breeze, reminding everyone that life, in all its chaotic beauty, is meant to be celebrated. The stage was set for his further adventures, and the realm of gods and mortals was forever changed. The story of Dionysus was only beginning, and the echoes of his existence would ripple through the fabric of time, leaving an indelible mark that could never be forgotten. The air was thick with the scent of ripe grapes and wildflowers, a vibrant pulse of life coursing through the rugged hills where Dionysus once roamed. This was not just any land, it was the birthplace of passion, revelry, and ecstasy, the very essence of the god of wine himself. From the snow-capped peaks of Thrace, where he first learned the intoxicating art of vine cultivation, to the sun-baked terraces of Greece that welcomed him like a long-lost son, the geography of Dionysus was etched into the very earth. In Thrace, the wildness of nature mirrored the untamed spirit of Dionysus. The mountains rose sharply, their craggy faces kissed by the afternoon sun, while the valleys sang with the sweet sounds of flutes and drums, echoing the joyous abandon that accompanied his festivals. The Thracian people, fierce and free, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the mysteries of the god. They worshipped him with abandon, their rituals steeped in the very essence of intoxication, where wine flowed like water and laughter danced on the cool night air. The whispers of ancient stories permeated the soil of Thrace, tales of how Dionysus wandered through lush forests and fertile hills, teaching the secret of the vine to the mortals. As he walked, a trail of fragrant blossoms followed him, captivating both man and beast alike. The wild Maenads, followers of Dionysus, would roam these lands, their hair crowned with ivy, their eyes wild with the spirit of their god. They were the embodiment of ecstasy, dancing under the moonlight until dawn painted the sky with hues of orange and pink. But as Dionysus made his way southward, the landscape changed, transforming from the rugged mountains of Thrace to the rolling hills of Greece. The transition was palpable, like the shift from one dream to another. Here, the earth was softer, the air sweeter, and the people more tempered. The Greek city-states buzzed with life, their streets alive with the sounds of trade and politics. Yet, beneath this civilized veneer lay a yearning for the wildness that Dionysus represented. The Greeks, with their love for beauty and art, welcomed him into their hearts and rituals, eager to experience the ecstasy he brought. In this new land, the sacred vineyards spread like a patchwork quilt across the valleys. Rows of grapevines stretched towards the horizon, their grapes heavy and glistening under the sun, waiting for the moment of harvest. The Greeks celebrated the arrival of Dionysus with festivals that could erupt into chaos or sublime beauty, depending on the whims of the god. The Bacchanalia, as they called it, became a canvas of human emotion, joy, sorrow, passion, and frenzy, all painted in vivid strokes of wine and music. Yet the allure of Dionysus was not without its shadows. As the god of wine, he also held sway over madness and chaos, the darker side of human nature. Tales of those who lost themselves in his embrace circulated like wildfire, cautionary tales warning against the seductive pull of excess. Villages spoke in hushed tones of the followers who had disappeared into the night, never to return, leaving behind only echoes of laughter and a lingering scent of wine. The duality of Dionysus resonated deeply in the hearts of the people, reflecting their own struggles with desire and restraint. As Dionysus ascended to the heights of Greek worship, his influence began to seep into the very fabric of their culture. Temples dedicated to him rose in magnificent splendor, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes of revelry and divine interaction. The theater, too, became a sanctuary for his spirit, where tragedies and comedies explored the depths of human experience, echoing his themes of joy and despair. The drama unfolded before the audience, a reflection of the tumultuous relationship between mortals and the divine. But the geography of Dionysus was not simply a backdrop, it was an active participant in the story. The mountains of Thrace and the valleys of Greece bore witness to the evolution of a god, shaping him as much as he shaped the people. The lush landscapes became symbols of fertility and abundance, while the rugged terrain reminded the mortals of the chaos that could ensue when passions ran unchecked. Every hill and valley held a memory, a story woven into the tapestry of history, binding the lives of the people to the divine. As Dionysus continued his journey from the fierce wilderness of Thrace to the lush gardens of Greece, the very act of moving through these landscapes became a representation of transformation and rebirth. He was not just a god of wine, he was the spirit of life itself, weaving together the joyous and the tragic into a single thread that ran through the hearts of all who honored him. The geography of Dionysus was a living entity, breathing with the pulse of human emotion, urging everyone to embrace their own wildness, to dance under the stars, and drink deeply from the cup of existence. In the distance, the sound of laughter and music beckoned. The first strains of a familiar melody floated across the valleys, echoing through the hills. The people gathered, drawn together by an unseen force, celebrating the arrival of Dionysus in their midst. Here, at the crossroads of tradition and spontaneity, the connection between the divine and mortal lay bare, a shimmering thread binding them to something greater than themselves. And as the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow on the land, the night unfolded like a tapestry of dreams, each moment filled with the promise of what was to come, of uncharted passions and unrestrained joy. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over sprawling vineyards that kissed the horizon. As the gentle breeze stirred the leaves, the air was filled with the sweet, intoxicating aroma of ripe grapes. In that moment, one could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, tales of revelry and divine inspiration echoing through the vines. The god of wine, Dionysus, loomed large in these stories, his presence woven into the very fabric of nature itself. The significance of vines and grapes transcended mere agriculture. They were symbols of life, fertility, and the ecstatic embrace of existence. In the earliest days of civilization, the cultivation of grapes was nothing short of a miracle. Historians trace the origins of viticulture back to around 6000 BC in the mountains of Georgia, where the first traces of fermented grape juice were discovered, signaling the dawn of a new era. It was here that humanity first tasted the nectar that would inspire poets, philosophers, and kings alike. In the cradle of wine, the world found not just a drink, but a connection to the divine. Grapes became more than fruit. They transformed into vessels of joy, sorrow, and a shared human experience. But it was in ancient Greece where the true magic of wine flourished. Dionysus, the flamboyant god with flowing hair and a crown of ivy, represented not only the vine, but the wild spirit of life itself. He danced through the hills and valleys, his laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. Festivals in his honor, known as Dionysia, erupted in vibrant displays of music, dance, and dramatic performances. These occasions were drenched in wine, each drop celebrating the joy of existence and the pleasures found in the simplest moments. Villagers, once bound by the toils of the day, found liberation in the embrace of wine, their bodies swaying as the music filled the air. As the grapevines grew, so did the rituals surrounding them. The ancient Greeks believed that each vine was a gift from the gods, a symbol of prosperity and abundance. Farmers tended to their fields with reverence, their hands caressing the earth as they whispered prayers to Dionysus. Each grape that ripened was a testament to their devotion, a promise that the next harvest would bring not just sustenance, but celebration. The act of fermentation became sacred, transforming juice into wine through a process that mirrored the cycles of life and death. The grapes, crushed beneath feet in joyous gatherings, released their essence, a metaphor for the struggles and triumphs of humanity. Yet, the significance of the vine extended beyond the joyous festivals. In times of hardship, wine served as a balm for the weary soul. Soldiers on the battlefield, drenched in sweat and blood, would raise their cups, toasting to courage and camaraderie. Wine became a bridge, uniting people across class and status. It was not merely a drink, it was a language of its own, capable of expressing love, grief, and everything in between. The rich reds, bright whites, and soft roses told stories that words could never capture. As the years turned into centuries, the legacy of Dionysus persisted. The Romans, inheriting the love of wine from the Greeks, elevated it to new heights. They built sprawling vineyards across their empire, from the sun-kissed hills of Tuscany to the cooler regions of France. Each grape variety was carefully cultivated, each wine a reflection of the land it came from. The vineyards flourished under the watchful gaze of Bacchus, the Roman counterpart to Dionysus. Here, the significance of vines and grapes evolved into a symbol of culture and sophistication. Wine became a status symbol, shared among emperors and philosophers, but its roots remained tied to the earth, to the humble farmers who understood the sacred bond between nature and nurture. In the quiet of the vineyards, one could feel the pulse of history, the echoes of laughter and tears, the stories of love and loss intertwined with every grapevine. Each harvest was a celebration of resilience, a reminder that life, like wine, is a blend of the bitter and sweet. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the vineyards, the air thickened with anticipation. It was the time of year when the grapes were at their peak, bursting with flavor and promise. The farmers, faces weathered by time, gathered to share their hopes. They knew that wine held a potent magic, one that invoked visions of the past while dreaming of the future. Each year they poured their hearts into the ground, nurturing the vines, coaxing them to flourish even in the harshest conditions. They whispered their dreams into the soil, and in turn, the vines responded, their tendrils reaching skyward as if yearning for the heavens. Under the watchful eye of Dionysus, the grapes ripened under the sun's warm embrace, a symphony of colors and aromas that danced on the breeze. The vines, gnarled and twisted like the stories of their keepers, stood as sentinels of time, each year marking another chapter in the epic tale of humanity and its relationship with wine. As the harvest approached, a palpable energy filled the air. The villagers, once again united by a shared purpose, would soon gather for the festival, a celebration steeped in tradition. They knew that in every glass raised, there lay a connection to their ancestors, an invocation of the spirit of the god of wine. The sound of laughter and music would soon echo through the valleys, a reminder that life, like wine, is best enjoyed together. In that moment, the vines stood tall, their fruits heavy with promise, waiting to tell their story. The significance of grapes was not just in their juice, but in the way they brought people together, allowing them to embrace the highs and lows of life. The vines were alive with energy, their roots intertwined with the very essence of human experience. And so, with the moonlight glistening on the grapes, the stage was set for an unforgettable celebration, where joy would flow like wine, and the spirit of Dionysus would dance among them once more. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Athens. The streets thrummed with energy, filled with laughter, shouts, and the faint sound of flutes weaving through the cool evening air. Excitement surged through the crowd as they prepared for the grand festival of Dionysia, a celebration unlike any other. This was not merely a gathering, it was a tribute to the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, and the people felt his presence in every heartbeat. Stalls adorned with vibrant flowers lined the thoroughfare, spilling over with grapes and wine jugs that promised to intoxicate even the most somber of souls. As the festival began, the throng surged toward the theater, a magnificent structure that stood like a sentinel of art and culture. The promise of theater drew them in, for this was the birthplace of tragic and comedic masterpieces, where the lines between life and art blurred, and where the very essence of humanity was explored. As the first notes of the chorus filled the air, a hush fell over the crowd. Men and women, dressed in flowing robes and crowned with ivy, lifted their voices in unison. Their songs told tales of love, betrayal, and the wild, untamed spirit of nature itself. Eyes sparkled with tears, laughter, and the thrill of shared experience, a moment where every individual felt connected to something greater than themselves. This was the essence of Dionysia, a moment frozen in time, where the very act of creation was a celebration of existence. Yet, beneath the jubilant surface lay a sense of unease. The god Dionysus was not just a symbol of joy, but also of chaos. As the performances unfolded, the stories played out in vivid detail. Heroes fell, families were torn apart, and madness lurked around every corner. The audience gasped, laughed, and cried, feeling each emotion as if it were their own. The mysteries of life and death mingled with the intoxicating aroma of wine, reminding them that ecstasy often danced hand in hand with despair. In the shadows, away from the vibrant festivities, something darker brewed, the Bacchanalia. This festival whispered secrets that only the most daring would seek to uncover. In the heart of the Roman Empire, the Bacchanalia offered a different kind of intoxication, a frenzy of unrestrained freedom and the breaking of societal norms. Men and women gathered in secluded groves, shrouded in night and secrecy, where the wild spirit of Dionysus reigned supreme. The smell of incense hung heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of earth and the intoxicating elixir of wine. The rituals of the Bacchanalia were captivating yet ominous. Participants, often robed in animal skins and adorned with ivy, would enter a trance-like state, swaying to the rhythmic beats of drums and the wild cries of their fellow revelers. They danced, unchained by the weight of the world, lost in the ecstasy of the moment. Here the boundaries of morality blurred, and with each sip of wine, they surrendered to the primal instincts that lurked beneath the surface. Each heartbeat echoed the cries of ancient followers who had come before, all seeking to honor the god who inspired both creation and destruction. But the Bacchanalia was not without its dangers. Whispers of madness and violence circulated among the elites, who watched with a mixture of fear and intrigue. The rituals could spiral out of control, drawing in even the most reluctant participants, leading them to acts they never could have imagined. The gods' laughter was both sweet and terrifying, reflecting the duality of joy and chaos that defined human existence. During this time of wild abandon, the question lingered: was it liberation or entrapment? For every soul that danced in delight, there was another teetering on the brink of despair, wrestling with the shadows of their own mind. The tension of these festivals gripped the hearts of those who dared to partake, creating a delicate balance where every moment felt charged with potential. The pulse of the crowd quickened, and each festival goer was caught in a web of anticipation, unsure of what ecstasy or horror lay ahead. As the night deepened, the lines between reality and myth blurred even further. Women, filled with the spirit of the goddess, took to the woods, invoking the power of nature. They became the Maenads, wild and untamed, casting aside their everyday lives and transforming into something otherworldly. Each cry echoed through the trees, a call to the hidden parts of the self that sought release from the constraints of society. Men would follow, spellbound by the rawness of the experience, drawn into a dance that felt as ancient as time itself. The moon cast an ethereal glow, illuminating the bodies twisting and turning in the shadows. The Bacchanalia was a rite of passage, a plunge into the unknown that left participants forever changed. Within that darkness, there was liberation and danger, all intertwined like the vines of ivy that adorned the celebrants' heads. The thrill of the unknown captivated their souls, urging them to let go of their inhibitions and embrace the wildness of life itself. In this volatile mix of joy and sorrow, the festivals of Dionysia and Bacchanalia thrummed with emotion. The laughter of the crowd intermingled with cries of despair, creating a symphony of human experience that resonated through the ages. The tension of anticipation held everyone tightly in its grip, a reminder that life, with all its highs and lows, was a gift worth celebrating. Each moment felt electric, a reminder that every festival was not merely an event, but a reflection of the intricate dance that was existence itself. The celebration was an echo, a looping rhythm that beckoned all to join in the age-old ritual of revelry and reflection, forever entwined in the legacy of Dionysus. The air was thick with the scent of crushed grapes and wildflowers, swirling through the ancient vineyards, where the laughter of revelers echoed like a haunting melody. It was a time when the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow that danced upon the earth, heralding the arrival of something extraordinary. The drums began to beat, a rhythmic pulse that quickened the hearts of the gathered. They were drawn by the magnetic pull of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and chaos, whose very essence embodied the thrill of life and the terror of madness. Among the crowd, a young woman named Lyra felt a shiver run down her spine as she stood on the edge of the festival. Her heart raced as she caught sight of the Bacchae, the wild women of Dionysus, adorned in flowing robes and tangled vines. Their laughter was intoxicating, a siren's call that beckoned her closer. She could see the firelight dancing in their eyes, a wild energy igniting a yearning deep within her. Yet amid the joy, she sensed a shadow lurking, a whisper of danger that sent goosebumps rippling across her skin. Dionysus was not just a god of joy. He wielded the power to unearth the darkness hidden within the human soul. His followers knew this duality all too well. They danced and drank, losing themselves in the euphoric embrace of the wine. Yet, they also risked slipping into an abyss of madness. It was the very essence of existence, pleasure and pain, intertwined like the twisting vines of the grape. As Lyra stepped into the throng, she felt the warmth of shared humanity envelop her. The music soared, a crescendo of flutes and lyres that stirred something primal within her. She laughed and twirled, losing herself in the moment, but with each sip of wine, the line between ecstasy and madness began to blur. The faces around her morphed, becoming masks of joy and despair, reflecting the chaos raging within her own heart. In the shadows of the festival, a figure loomed, Pentheus, the young king of Thebes, who could not understand the power that Dionysus held. His mind was rigid, his heart unyielding to the chaotic call of the god. He watched the festivities with disdain, convinced that this wild revelry was a threat to order and reason. Yet, beneath that facade of control simmered a longing, a desire to break free from the shackles of his own making. The whispers of the Bacchae reached his ears, enticing him, mocking him, stirring a tempest of conflicting emotions. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The ecstatic revelers reached new heights in their frenzied dance, losing themselves completely. Lyra found herself swept away, her body moving of its own accord, guided by an unseen force. In that moment of surrender, she caught a glimpse of the wild spirit of Dionysus, the joy, the freedom, and the shadow of madness that danced just behind it. Her breath quickened, and for a fleeting instant she felt invincible. But then came the scream, the piercing cry that shattered the night's revelry. A figure fell, and the laughter turned to gasps. In the flickering light, the Bacchae transformed from joyous dancers to feral creatures, eyes wild with the thrill of the hunt. They had crossed the threshold between ecstasy and madness, and the boundary dissolved. What had begun as an innocent celebration morphed into a terrifying spectacle of chaos and blood. Pentheus, determined to restore order, made his way towards the heart of the madness, his face taut with fear and anger. He confronted the Bacchae, demanding they cease their wild ways, but his voice faltered as he faced the madness that enveloped them. They were not merely women, they had become something otherworldly, something that transcended the confines of rational thought. The firelight reflected off their eyes, revealing the unfathomable depths of their souls, both beautiful and terrifying. In that moment, the essence of Dionysus surged forth, wrapping around them all like a vine, ensnaring them in a dance of unrestrained emotion. Lyra could feel it coursing through her veins, exhilarating and frightening all at once. She saw Pentheus, a man caught in his own fear, yearning to understand, yet repelled by the very nature he could not control. The god of wine and chaos was both their liberator and their tormentor, a mirror reflecting their innermost desires and fears. The frenzy reached its peak, a whirlwind of sound and fury, and Lyra, caught in the eye of the storm, knew that the ecstasy they sought came with a price. The Bacchae, a primal force, had become a manifestation of the god's dual nature, joy and madness entwined in a deadly embrace. She saw their faces twisted in rapture, but beneath that ecstasy lay the threat of losing oneself completely to the chaos. Then, with a single bone-chilling roar, the atmosphere shifted again. The revelers, high on the intoxicating blend of wine and wildness, turned their attention to Pentheus. They sensed his fear, his denial, and it sparked something within them. The hunt was on. The line between human and beast had blurred, and in that moment, it felt as if the very ground beneath their feet trembled with the weight of ancient power. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the scene as chaos erupted around them. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, caught between the exhilaration of unrestrained joy and the paralyzing fear of what could come next. She spun in the dance, fully aware that every choice she made had consequences. In the depths of her being, she understood that ecstasy could lead to madness, and madness could bring forth destruction. The crowd surged like a wave, driven by the will of Dionysus. Lyra could only grasp the fleeting threads of her sanity as she found herself swept into a world where joy and terror coexisted, a stark reminder that sometimes to embrace the wildness of life meant flirting with madness. The heartbeat of the festival quickened, and she felt the god's presence enveloping them all, a reminder that the ecstasy of existence often walked hand in hand with chaos, And as the night wore on, the festival raged like a tempest, a beautiful, terrible thing that demanded to be felt, experienced, and ultimately feared. The mask of Dionysus had been lifted, revealing the raw, untamed spirit that lay within, a force that could not be ignored, a truth that demanded acknowledgement. In the midst of the dance, Lyra felt the electric thrill of life itself, and she realized that the journey through joy and madness was just beginning. In a shadowy grove, where the scent of wild herbs mingled with the sweet tang of ripened grapes, a chorus of voices rose and fell like the waves of a restless sea. The moon hung low, casting silvery beams on the ecstatic figures dancing in circles, lost in a trance. They were the followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and unrestrained passion. Each movement resonated with the pulse of the earth, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages, drawing in those who dared to abandon their mundane lives for a taste of something divine. These worshippers did not merely follow a god, they surrendered themselves to a force that promised liberation. Men and women, young and old, came from all walks of life to partake in the wild celebrations. Dressed in flowing robes, adorned with ivy and grapevines, they let go of their inhibitions, allowing the spirit of the god to possess them. It was not just a celebration, it was a transformation, a shedding of past identities and societal chains. They became something more, something primal. Laughter blended with shouts of joy, and the music of flutes and drums filled the air, driving them deeper into ecstasy. But beneath this vibrant surface, there lurked shadows of fear and uncertainty. The followers knew that the power of Dionysus was as capricious as it was intoxicating. Those who delved too deeply into the revelry risked losing themselves to madness. Just as wine could elevate the spirit, it could also drown it. Tales of those who had succumbed to the god's wild influence circulated among the gatherings, whispered in hushed tones. Yet the allure was too strong. The risk only heightened the thrill. They were drawn to the edge, where the divine met the chaotic, where freedom thrived in abandonment. In the flickering glow of torches, a young woman named Callista twirled, her long hair flying like a banner of wildness behind her. Each spin was a rebellion against the rigid expectations of her life in the city. Her family had always valued order and propriety, but here, in this sacred grove, she was free. Callista felt the earth beneath her feet, the cool night air kissing her skin, and for the first time, she understood the intoxicating pull of the god she worshipped. Her heart raced, not just with the rhythm of the drums, but with the pulse of something greater. As the night deepened, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. The followers halted, their eyes wide with anticipation. From the shadows emerged a figure draped in furs, his presence commanding and wild. It was a priest of Dionysus, known as a thyrsus-bearer, carrying a staff entwined with vines and crowned with a pine cone. He stepped forward, and silence fell over the grove. His voice, deep and resonant, spoke of the mysteries of the god, urging the followers to embrace their deepest desires and fears. "Do not shy away from your hunger," he proclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Let the wine flow, let the dance consume you. In this moment, we are not just followers. We are the embodiment of Dionysus himself." The crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits ignited. This was not just a ritual, it was a call to arms against the dullness of everyday life, a challenge to break free from the chains of reality. The worshippers formed a circle around the thyrsus-bearer, their bodies moving as one, a living tapestry, woven with threads of joy, pain, and liberation. Each dance step was both a prayer and a defiance, a testament to their belief that they could touch the divine by surrendering their very selves. The air thickened with the scent of wine, and the intoxicating laughter spiraled upwards, mingling with the stars. But darkness lurked just outside their revelry. Among the dancers, one man stood apart, his face etched with a mix of longing and dread. His name was Lysander, and while others surrendered to the wild abandon, he felt a gnawing fear in his heart. He had witnessed the darker side of Dionysian worship, friends who had lost their minds in the ecstasies of the night, their laughter echoing into silence. Yet as he watched Callista lose herself in the dance, he found himself torn. The magnetic pull of the god was almost unbearable. Yet he feared what might happen if he too surrendered completely. As if sensing his turmoil, the thyrsus-bearer locked eyes with him, a knowing smile crossing his lips. "What holds you back, brother? Are you afraid of the madness?" The words cut through Lysander like a knife. Yes, he was afraid, but he was also drawn to the possibility of freedom, to the chance of tasting ecstasy without the burden of fear. The thyrsus bearer extended his hand, inviting him into the circle. The music swelled, and the other worshippers spun around him, their faces alight with joy, urging him to join them. With a deep breath, Lysander stepped forward, feeling the warmth of the circle envelop him, the intoxicating rhythm pulsing in his veins. As the dance surged around him, he felt the weight of his doubts begin to lift. It was no longer just a fear of losing himself, it was a surrender to something greater. The music swirled, the laughter echoed, and, for a fleeting moment, he was free, a part of this divine tapestry that shone with the brilliance of life itself. Yet, as the night wore on and the moon hung higher in the sky, the air crackled with tension. The line between ecstasy and madness blurred, and the worshippers began to feel the raw power of Dionysus. The manic energy in the grove shifted, growing darker, more intense. The wild celebration took on a frantic edge, bodies thrashing and colliding, as if the very spirit of the god coursed through them, demanding release. In the midst of the frenzy, Callista felt the change, a haunting whisper at the back of her mind. She knew the edge they danced upon was precarious. With every beat, the god's presence loomed, a tempest threatening to engulf them. Would they be able to hold on to their humanity, or would they be swallowed whole by the chaos? The night was alive with possibilities, but lurking in the shadows was the threat of losing everything they had come to cherish. The music reached a fever pitch, and the worshippers were pulled deeper into the intoxicating chaos, teetering on the brink. As laughter morphed into wild screams of abandon, Lysander and Callista exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting both exhilaration and fear. The dance continued, pushing them toward the edge, where the divine and the chaotic intertwined in a mesmerizing embrace, an embrace that might just consume them all. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver light over the dense forest, where shadows danced like whispers among the trees. There was a palpable energy in the air, a thrumming heartbeat that echoed the pulse of an ancient rite. In the clearing, women dressed in flowing garments, woven with ivy and adorned with wildflowers, moved with a wild grace. They were the Maenads, the fierce followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and unbridled freedom. Tonight, the air was thick with the intoxicating scent of ripe grapes and fragrant herbs. Laughter and cries of joy erupted from the women as they swayed, their bodies undulating in rhythm with the music of nature. The sound of drums, made from animal hides, echoed through the trees, as if the very earth was joining in their celebration. Each heartbeat, each pulse, seemed to link them to something greater, something divine. As the dance intensified, so did the electricity in the air. The Maenads, fueled by the spirit of Dionysus, transcended the ordinary. They became a reflection of the goddess within, their fierce and unyielding spirits embodying the very essence of femininity, untamed and resplendent. With wild hair flowing like streams of fire, they surrendered to the moment, releasing the constraints of society and expectation. In this sacred space, they were no longer mere mortals, they were divine beings, expressing the raw power of womanhood. Among them was a woman named Thera, her dark curls framing a face that glowed with fervor. She was a new initiate, her heart racing with the thrill of freedom she had only ever dreamed of. In this communion with nature, she felt herself being reborn, shedding the weight of her past, the roles of daughter, wife, and mother that had defined her existence. Here, she was not bound by the chains of societal norms. Here, she was alive and vibrant. The Maenads worshipped a god who embraced chaos, yet they found order in their collective revelry. Their laughter rang out like music, a siren call that drew the very spirit of the forest closer. As they danced with abandon, the night sky darkened, and the first stars began to twinkle, as if acknowledging their sacred ritual. The woods whispered secrets, responding to the fervor of their devotion, and the trees seemed to lean in, curious about the spectacle of female strength and unity. But the night was not just about joy, it was also a dance with danger. The tension crackled like lightning in the sky above. Stories of Maenads driven to frenzy were spoken in hushed tones. Tales of women who had torn apart beasts with their bare hands in ecstatic rage. There was power here, a double-edged sword that could slice through the mundane and elevate the spirit. Thera felt this power coursing through her veins, igniting a hunger she had never known. As the rhythm pulsed on, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, but he was not here to disrupt. He was a priest of Dionysus, tasked with guiding the women in their sacred rites. He raised his arms, inviting them closer, his voice a seductive melody that danced through the air. "Come, sisters of the vine," he called. "Let the spirit possess you. Let the divine feminine rise." The Maenads encircled him, drawn to his charisma like moths to a flame. Their eyes sparkled with mischief and desire as they leaned in, surrendering to the magic of the moment. This was not just an act of worship, it was a celebration of their identity as women, as creators, as forces of nature. In this dance, they embraced their raw, unfiltered selves, accessing the very core of their being. The fire crackling at the center of the clearing began to blaze higher, illuminating the faces of the women, their expressions caught between ecstasy and ferocity. Thera felt the heat wash over her, igniting a spark of something primal deep within. Each movement became an act of rebellion against the world outside this sacred space, against the expectations of obedience and silence. They were reclaiming their power, reveling in the divine feminine that had been silenced for too long. Then came the moment of transformation. A surge of energy coursed through Thera, a tidal wave of emotion that left her breathless. She lifted her arms to the sky, feeling the cool night air whip around her. She was not just Thera anymore. She was the embodiment of the goddess, a force intertwined with the fabric of the universe. In that instant, she understood. The divine feminine was not just a concept, it was life itself. But amidst the revelry, a shadow lurked at the edge of the clearing. A presence, dark and foreboding, watched with hungry eyes. The air thickened and the laughter faltered momentarily as an unnameable tension filled the space. The Maenads were powerful, but they were also vulnerable, and the tension between ecstasy and peril created a delicious thrill. As the moon reached its zenith, casting an otherworldly glow over the scene, something shifted. The Maenads, emboldened by their connection to the divine, sensed the impending storm. They formed a circle, arms linked, swaying with both defiance and unity. Thera felt her heart race. This was the moment where mythology was born from reality, where each woman stood not only as an individual, but as a part of a greater whole. The drums began to beat faster, a call to arms, a summons to face whatever darkness loomed. The air crackled with the energy of anticipation and fear. Thera's breath quickened, and she felt the collective heartbeat of her sisters, their resolve binding them together. In this moment, she understood that they were not simply Maenads. They were warriors, defenders of the feminine divine, a force that could withstand any threat. And then, as if in response to their unyielding spirit, the shadows moved. The presence stepped into the light, revealing its true form. The tension burst like an overripe fruit, spilling forth a wave of raw energy and emotion. The Maenads were ready. With spirits aflame and hearts unbroken, they prepared to confront the unknown, ready to unleash their power in a world that had long sought to contain them. The forest echoed with the sounds of their conviction, a cacophony of strength and vulnerability mingling in the night air. The dance continued, swirling into something both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder that in celebrating the feminine divine, they were not just mothers, daughters, or sisters. They were a force of nature itself, ready to reshape the world. And as the night deepened, the story of their strength and passion flowed into the very roots of the earth, intertwining with the ancient tales of femininity, waiting to be told again and again. The night was alive with a pulsing vitality, the air thick with the scent of ripened grapes and the sweet promise of revelry. In a hidden glade, where the moonlight poured like liquid silver, a crowd of ecstatic faces danced under the watchful gaze of the stars. Here, the essence of wild joy and unabashed madness mingled like the heady notes of wine, intoxicating every soul present. Among them, a figure emerged, cloaked in mystery and excitement, the embodiment of liberation and chaos, Dionysus. In his hand, he held the thyrsus, a staff entwined with vibrant ivy, its top crowned with a cluster of pine cones. This was no ordinary stick, it was a symbol of abundance, a wand that channeled the spirit of divine ecstasy. As he raised it high, the crowd erupted into cheers, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself sang in unison. The thyrsus was more than a staff. It was a bridge to the divine, a conduit through which the chaotic energy of nature flowed. The thyrsus represented a connection to the earth, grounding yet exhilarating, solid yet ephemeral. It embodied the duality of life, joy and sorrow, creation and destruction. With each swing of the staff, it seemed to ripple through the air, sending shivers down spines and igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to embrace its power. The thyrsus whispered secrets of ancient rituals, of sacrifices made to appease the gods, and of the ecstatic states achieved through dance and drink. Around those gathered, ivy clung to the trees, twisting and curling like fingers, eager to grasp the very essence of life. Ivy, a resilient plant that flourished even in the most inhospitable places, symbolized eternity and fidelity. Its deep green leaves formed a crown atop the heads of the revelers, a testament to their devotion and connection to Dionysus. The ivy's creeping nature mirrored the way joy could seep into every corner of one's being, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. As laughter echoed through the night, the masks came alive, beautiful, grotesque, capturing the essence of humanity's dual nature. Crafted from clay and wood, each mask told a story, depicted a facet of the soul. Some wore expressions of unbridled joy, while others displayed sorrowful faces, reflecting the spectrum of human emotion. They danced like shadows in the flickering torchlight, a kaleidoscope of emotions swirling amid the chaos. The masks allowed the wearer to shed their everyday identity, to step beyond the boundaries of society and into a realm where inhibitions faded away. They became more than mere objects. They were vessels of transformation, empowering the individuals to embrace their inner wildness. Unleashed from the shackles of reality, the revelers became a collective, a tapestry of voices and bodies entwined in ecstasy, liberated from the weight of their worries. In a moment of heightened intensity, the sound of drums reverberated through the air, urging the crowd into a frenzy. With each beat, hearts synchronized in a rhythm that echoed the pulse of the earth itself. Dionysus, with his thyrsus raised, beckoned them closer. The ivy wreaths glimmered, reflecting the moonlight, as if the stars above were dancing with them, urging them to abandon all restraint. As the night wore on, the air thickened with emotion. The sound of laughter morphed into wild cries, and the boundaries of reality began to blur. Some fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the surge of euphoria, while others spun and twirled, lost in their own world of delight. In that moment, the thyrsus became a beacon, guiding them deeper into the experience, deeper into the ecstatic embrace of their shared humanity. Around the perimeter of the gathering, the forest loomed, ancient and wise. Trees whispered secrets to one another, while watching the revelers with a knowing gaze. The ivy, resilient in its growth, could be seen creeping higher, wrapping around the trunks, as if to remind everyone that life, in all its forms, is to be celebrated. But within that celebration lay a tension, a reminder of the thin line between joy and despair. The masks, while liberating, also hinted at the complexity of existence. One moment of ecstasy could lead to the next moment of heartbreak. Dionysus, with a mischievous smile, understood this dance well. He embraced both the light and the dark, allowing each moment to flourish with raw, unfiltered emotion. As the festivities reached their zenith, a hush fell over the crowd, a moment of collective breath held in anticipation, a sudden stillness, a weightiness in the air, as if the very cosmos paused to witness the chaos unfolding below. And in that silence, the thyrsus was raised once more, a command, an invitation to plunge headfirst into the depths of their own desires and fears. The mask shifted, revealing glimpses of the faces behind them, eyes wide with wonder, mouths open in silent screams, laughter mingled with tears. All around, the ivy continued to grow, an ever-encroaching reminder of life's persistence, of the beauty that flourished even in shadows. The night was far from over, its story still unfolding. Dionysus moved among them, a creature of both joy and darkness, weaving through the crowd, touching each heart with a spark of madness. The thyrsus seemed to hum with an energy all its own, pulsating with the rhythm of the dance, as if the very essence of the earth rejoiced in their shared celebration. Beneath the weight of the moonlit sky, the souls moved closer and closer still, as if drawn by an invisible force. A circle formed, a sacred space where all emotions collided and intertwined: love, loss, joy, and sorrow, each feeling a thread in the fabric of their collective experience. The masks transformed once more, embodying the wildness of nature itself, a reminder that freedom and chaos were both vital to the dance of life. And then, as if summoned by an unseen conductor, the crowd surged. The thyrsus became a lightning rod, channeling their collective energy into a crescendo that echoed through the very fabric of the night. In that moment, they were not just individuals. They were a force of nature, a living testament to the power of Dionysian symbols: the thyrsus, the ivy, the masks, a trinity of wildness and reverence eternally entwined. In the shadow of a moonlit grove, a figure stumbled, eyes wild and breath ragged. Dionysus, a young man caught between two worlds, mortal and divine, felt the pulse of the earth beneath him, a throbbing connection to life and death. He clutched a vine, its tendrils curling around his fingers like the whispers of forgotten gods, urging him to embrace his destiny. The air was thick with the scent of wine and wildflowers, intoxicating and heady, a reminder of the joys and sorrows that came with the gift of ecstasy. Born to Semele, a mortal woman, and Zeus, the king of the gods, Dionysus was never meant to walk the earth as an ordinary man. He was the embodiment of paradox, a creature of revelry and madness, a symbol of life's fleeting pleasures that would soon turn to heartbreak. He could feel the weight of his legacy resting heavily on his shoulders, an invisible crown pressing down as he fought against the tide of fate. In the quiet of that night, memories surged like a crashing wave. He could almost hear the laughter of his mother, a soft melody drowned out by the harsh reality of her death. Semele, consumed by curiosity, had dared to look upon the true form of Zeus. The mortal flame had ignited, and from the ashes of her tragedy, Dionysus was born, a child of chaos and rebirth. He was both the wine that flowed freely and the bitter dregs left behind, a reminder that pleasure often masks pain. As the seasons changed, so did Dionysus. He wandered through the lands, gathering followers, maenads, wild women who danced in frenzy beneath the stars, their hair flowing like the river of time. They were his companions, his warriors, and in them he saw glimpses of the divinities stirring within him. Together they moved through fields of ripe grapes, the sun setting behind them like a fiery curtain, casting long shadows of what was to come. But not all welcomed Dionysus. The mortals in Thebes, where he sought refuge, felt threatened by his presence. They were bound by rules, shackled by the fear of losing control. Pentheus, the king, was among the most rigid, a man who could not understand the freedom offered by Dionysus. He saw the god as a threat to his power, a wild spirit that needed to be tamed. The tension swelled in the air, thick like the fog before a storm, as Dionysus prepared to reveal his true self. In the depths of a forest, Dionysus and his followers engaged in ecstatic rituals, their voices rising like smoke into the night. The drums beat, wild and primal, matching the rhythm of hearts that raced with fervor. Dionysus, in that moment, felt the chains of mortality begin to shatter. He laughed, a sound that echoed through the trees, intertwining with the howls of the maenads, their bodies swaying in a frenetic dance of liberation. With every sip of wine, he could feel the power of the vine coursing through his veins, warming him from within, awakening the god that lay dormant. As the tension escalated, Pentheus, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, decided to spy on the revelers. Disguised as a woman, he crept into the night, heart pounding with both dread and excitement. He saw the maenads, their faces painted with joy and abandon, and in that moment, the boundary between mortal and divine blurred. Dionysus was there, at the center, radiating a light that seemed to pull the very stars closer. Pentheus could feel the pull of the madness, but his resolve hardened. He was determined to bring order to chaos. But the gods have a way of twisting fate, and as Pentheus confronted Dionysus, the air crackled with tension. Dionysus' laughter turned cold, a reflection of the bitterness that simmered beneath the surface of his divine charm. "You wish to contain what cannot be contained," he warned, eyes glinting like shards of glass. The transformation was imminent, and the very ground beneath them trembled with the weight of their impending clash. In a moment of vulnerability, Dionysus revealed his true form, a figure wreathed in vines and adorned with grapes, a living testament to joy and suffering intertwined. The king quaked, the mask of order slipping as he faced the god of wine and madness. "You can deny me, but you cannot erase me," Dionysus declared, his voice echoing through the grove like thunder. The earth responded, roaring back in agreement, shaking the foundations of Pentheus's reality. The Maenads, sensing the shift in power, fell into a frenzy. Their eyes wild with divine inspiration, they transformed, shedding the last vestiges of humanity and embracing the primal instinct that Dionysus had awakened within them. In that wild moment, the line between worship and madness blurred, and with a single glance, they became one with the god they adored. The tension reached its zenith as Pentheus, desperate to reclaim control, faced the Maenads. "Stop this madness," he cried, but his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of ecstasy. Dionysus watched, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips as the chaos unfolded. The god was no longer a mere spectator. He was the storm, the hurricane that swept through the hearts of the people. The transformation was complete, and the world around them began to shimmer with a golden light, illuminating the path of destiny. In a chilling moment of poetic justice, the Maenads turned on Pentheus. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and in their frenzy they tore him apart, a ritual of rebirth that echoed the fate of Dionysus's mother. Blood soaked the ground, mingling with the soil, and in that sacred moment of sacrifice, the god emerged triumphant, fully realized in his divine essence. Now, Dionysus was not just a man. He was the embodiment of the human experience, a testament to the complexities of life, love, and loss. With each heartbeat, he felt the pulse of existence, the joy that could only be found in the depths of sorrow. The transformation was not merely a change of form, but an awakening to the truth that life is a tapestry, woven with threads of ecstasy and despair. The night continued to swirl around him, a tapestry of chaos and beauty, as he reached out to the stars, feeling their warmth against his skin. Dionysus was no longer the boy who had wandered the earth seeking acceptance. He was a god, radiant and powerful, standing at the crossroads of life and death, intoxication and clarity. And as he looked upon the remnants of his past, he could not help but smile, for he knew that in this glorious transformation, he would never be alone again. The whispers of the vines, the laughter of the Maenads, and the pulse of the earth now lived within him, and he was ready to embrace whatever came next. In the dim light of a flickering torch, the air vibrated with a tension that could be felt in the bones. The scent of crushed grapes mingled with the sharp tang of sweat and earth, creating a heady perfume that enveloped the crowd like an intoxicating embrace. Men and women, their bodies moving to the rhythm of drums, surrendered to the wildness of the night, their laughter echoing through the hills. It was a celebration, a festival in honor of Dionysus, the god who danced between joy and madness, revelry and despair. Dionysus was not just a figure in the pantheon of Greek gods. He was a force of nature, a manifestation of the primal, untamed spirit that lurked within every soul. His influence was everywhere, seeping into the very fabric of Greek life, from the roaring theaters of Athens to the quiet farms of the countryside. The Greeks honored him not just for the wine he gifted them, but for the liberation he offered, an escape from the mundane, a doorway to ecstasy and creativity. As night fell and the stars pulsed above like the heartbeat of the universe, the ecstatic throngs poured into the sacred groves where the rituals took place. Here, under the cover of ancient trees, the lines between the divine and mortal blurred. The flicker of flames danced in the eyes of the worshippers, casting shadows that writhed like the very spirits they invoked. They wore masks painted with vibrant colors, representing not just themselves, but the myriad faces of life and death, joy and sorrow. Each mask told a story, a reminder that Dionysus encompassed the whole of human experience. At the center of it all stood the statue of Dionysus, adorned with vines and grapes, a symbol of his life-giving power. The sight of him stirred something deep within the crowd, an aching, a longing for connection to something greater than themselves. They understood on some primal level that this was the essence of Dionysus, the invitation to lose oneself in the dance of life, to break free from the chains of societal norms, if only for a night. The sound of laughter turned into song, the lyrics woven with threads of joy and sorrow, punctuated by the rhythm of clapping hands and stomping feet. As the night deepened, the energy shifted, becoming electric and raw. It was in these moments that Dionysus revealed his dual nature, the joyous liberator who brought wine and festivity, and the terrifying god who could unleash chaos upon those who crossed him. The worshippers felt it in their bones, the exhilaration mixed with a tinge of fear, the knowledge that with great ecstasy could come great madness. Around the fire, couples paired off, their bodies entwined, not just in the dance, but in the very act of life itself. Dionysus was the god of fertility, and his presence was felt in the passionate embraces, the laughter, the tears. The connection they shared was electric, an unspoken understanding that they were all part of something much larger than themselves. They whispered prayers to him, asking for blessings, for abundance, for the courage to let go of their fears and embrace the wildness that he promised. Yet, as the night wore on and the wine flowed like a river, shadows crept in, a reminder of the darker side of Dionysus's influence. Some worshippers, lost in their ecstasy, spiraled into madness, abandoning reason and inhibitions. The line between celebration and chaos blurred, and the air crackled with a sense of danger. This was the true nature of Dionysus, the joy of liberation laced with the peril of losing oneself entirely. In the distance, the haunting sound of a flute echoed, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was a call to the wild, a reminder of the god's seductive pull. One by one, they began to dance again, a frenzy of movement that shook the very ground beneath their feet. In that moment, they were not just individuals. They were a collective, a living embodiment of the god's essence, lost in the rapture of the moment. The ancient Greeks understood this complex relationship with Dionysus. They built grand theaters, such as the Theater of Dionysus in Athens, where tragedies and comedies unfolded, exploring the depths of human emotion and the struggle between order and chaos. Actors donned masks and costumes, channeling the god's spirit, embodying the very essence of life's triumphs and tragedies. Each performance served as a catharsis, a release of pent-up emotions, a way to confront the chaos that lay at the heart of existence. In the quiet moments between the frenzied dances, the whispers of the past lingered. Stories of the Maenads, his female followers who roamed the mountains in a state of ecstatic frenzy, echoed through the night. They were women unleashed, casting aside their societal roles to become wild and free, embodying the spirit of Dionysus himself. Their tales spoke of both liberation and destruction, reminding all who listened of the fine line between ecstasy and chaos. As the night deepened, the intensity heightened. The stars seemed to swirl above, as if watching the scene unfold, and the air trembled with a sense of impending revelation. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, sat at the edge of all that was known and unknown, a bridge between sanity and madness, joy and despair. This was the essence of his influence, a constant pulsing reminder that life was not simply to be lived, but to be experienced deeply, fully, and without reservation. The worshippers, now caught in a whirlwind of emotions, danced as if their very souls depended on it. Each movement was a prayer, each shout a declaration of freedom. They were alive, electric with the presence of Dionysus, embodying his spirit in ways that transcended language and culture. They knew that the night would come to an end, but the memory of this communion would linger, weaving itself into the tapestry of their lives, shaping their stories for years to come. With every heartbeat, the influence of Dionysus pulsed stronger, a reminder that the god was not just a figure of mythology, but a living force that surged through the veins of the world. His laughter echoed in the hearts of those who dared to embrace both the light and dark, the joy and chaos of existence. The fire crackled, the drums beat on, and the night stretched endlessly ahead, an open invitation to lose themselves in the arms of the god who promised both ecstasy and madness. The flickering lamplight cast shadows that danced like spirits, wrapping around the ancient pottery and sculpture of Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. Each piece spoke volumes, whispering tales of joy, madness, and ecstasy. The intoxicating allure of his presence spilled from the cracked surfaces and glistening finishes, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. This was no ordinary display of artistry. It was a testament to the profound influence of Dionysus on the very fabric of human experience. The pottery was adorned with scenes of abandon, where men and women lost themselves in the throes of dance. The figures, painted with meticulous detail, seemed to move, their limbs caught in the act of revelry, captured in a moment that transcended time. The artists, with brushes like extensions of their souls, infused the clay with a spirit that echoed the wild celebrations held in Dionysian honor. Each amphora, each kylix held within it a story, a fragment of the human heart laid bare for all to see. One particular vase stood proud, its colors vibrant against the age-worn backdrop. It depicted a bacchanalian feast, a swirling mass of bodies entwined in joyous chaos. Laughter and music seemed to rise from the very surface, beckoning the viewer to join the ecstatic embrace of life. The eyes of the figures sparkled with mischief and delight, revealing the deliciously intoxicating effects of wine and festivity. The masterful strokes of the artisan breathed life into the clay, making it seem almost alive, a reminder of the transformative power of Dionysian's spirit. As the gaze shifted to the sculptures, the air felt charged with energy. Stone was molded into flesh, as if the very essence of Dionysus had been captured in marble and bronze. The god himself was often depicted with a flowing vine of ivy, the symbol of his divinity, coiling around his limbs, intertwining with his very being. The sculptures conveyed both strength and vulnerability, an embodiment of the duality of life, the ecstasy of celebration intertwined with the shadows of despair. In one grand statue, Dionysus reclined on a rock, a sly smile playing upon his lips. His features were both regal and familiar, inviting yet daunting, as if he held the secrets of life and death in his grasp. The grape clusters at his feet hinted at the bounty of nature, a promise of joy, but also a reminder of the chaos that could ensue. The sculptor's hands had given motion to the stone, creating a sense of languid relaxation that seemed to vibrate with a subtle pulse of life. The tales told through these works of art revealed a culture deeply entwined with the cycles of nature and the human spirit. The reverence for Dionysus found its way into every crevice of life, from the humble pottery used in daily rituals to the grand sculptures that marked the temples of worship. The gods were not merely celestial beings. They were reflections of human emotions, struggles, and triumphs. As twilight descended, the shadows grew longer, and the stories of Dionysus twisted through the air like the smoke from a burning pyre. The masks worn during the festivals, often carved from wood, painted, and adorned with feathers, seemed to gaze back as if they were part of the world they inhabited. These masks were not mere objects, they were vessels through which participants could shed their earthly selves and embrace the wild abandon that Dionysus offered. In the flickering light, one could almost hear the echoes of ancient voices, the chants of worshippers, mingling with the laughter of lovers. The stories told on the pottery and in the sculptures were not just art, they were life itself, vibrant and raw, capturing the very essence of what it meant to be human. They portrayed the struggles of joy and sorrow, the ecstatic highs of celebration, and the deep lows of loss. A chilling breeze swept through the gallery, bringing with it the scent of wine and the sound of distant music. It was as if Dionysus himself was present, walking among the art that paid homage to him. Each piece resonated with the heartbeat of humanity, a reminder of the ancient rituals that still lingered in the corners of the modern world. The pottery, now illuminated, showcased scenes of transformation. Women clad in flowing robes danced with arms raised high, their faces alight with freedom. Men clutched goblets filled to the brim, their laughter echoing through time. It was a celebration of life in all its chaotic beauty. The artistry was a portal, allowing viewers to step into the ecstasy of the festival, to feel the pulse of the drums and the warmth of shared experiences. The sculptures stood sentinel, guardians of these memories. Each chiseled line and curve had a story to tell, a whisper of the divine intermingled with the mundane. A statue of a satyr, half man and half goat, captured the essence of wild abandon. His features were playful, eyes glinting with mischief, embodying the spirit of a reveler who knew no bounds. He invited the viewer to break free from societal constraints, to loosen their grip on reality, and plunge into the depths of joy and folly. As the night grew deeper, the art transformed under the moon's watchful eye. The colors shifted, shadows danced, and the air thrummed with an electric tension. The stories of Dionysus were alive, breathing and pulsing, waiting to reveal their next chapter. They beckoned, as if to say that the celebration was far from over. The dance had only just begun. In ancient Athens, the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the city, as the amphitheater's stone seats filled with eager spectators. The air buzzed with the scent of roasted lamb and the whispers of excited voices. Here, beneath the vast sky, stories were about to unfold, stories that would make hearts race and tears flow. At the center of it all stood a simple stage, its wooden frame echoing the hopes and fears of a society yearning for connection and meaning. As the first notes of the aulos, an ancient wind instrument, filled the air, anticipation crackled like electricity. The people held their breath, drawn into a world where heroes battled their fates and laughter echoed through despair. This was no ordinary performance. This was the birth of tragedy and comedy, the dual threads woven into the very fabric of human experience. In the shadows, a playwright named Aeschylus prepared to reveal his masterpiece. He was no stranger to the stage. His words had already captured the hearts of many, but tonight was special. Cloaked in the weight of human suffering, his characters would grapple with the gods themselves, facing their own destinies with a bravery that left the audience breathless. When the first actor stepped into the light, adorned in a flowing robe and a mask that twisted his features into a mask of anguish, the crowd gasped. This was not merely a man. This was a vessel of emotion, a mirror reflecting the soul's darkest corners. As Aeschylus's tragedy unfolded, the chorus chimed in, their harmonies weaving a rich tapestry of sound that moved through the audience like a wave of sorrow and awe. They sang of fate, of bloodshed and loss, but their voices were also filled with a glimmer of hope. The story was a dance between light and darkness, where every heartbeat resonated with the timeless struggle of humankind. In those moments, eyes glistened with tears, and even the strongest men found their throats tight with emotion. But the amphitheater was not only a temple for the tragic, it also welcomed the humor of life. Another playwright, Aristophanes, was preparing to unleash his own vision into the world. Armed with wit as sharp as a sword, he stood ready to draw laughter from the depths of despair. His characters would stumble through absurdities, turning the mundane into the hilarious, revealing truths hidden beneath layers of laughter. The crowd yearned for this relief, for humor was a balm for the soul, a reminder that joy could always be found, even in the darkest of times. As the curtain rose on Aristophanes' comedy, a procession of larger-than-life figures burst onto the stage, their exaggerated movements and bright costumes igniting the audience's laughter. The absurdity was magnetic, pulling everyone into a world where the ridiculous became profound. The playwright's keen observations of society poked fun at politics and power, a reminder that even the mighty could be foolish. Every punchline delivered by the actors was a spark, igniting the crowd's laughter, ringing through the night air like bells on a crisp morning. The blend of tragedy and comedy became a powerful reflection of life itself. It was a delicate balance where sorrow and joy coexisted, each enhancing the other. The crowd, once burdened by the weight of grief, found solace in shared laughter, and in those moments they realized that they were not alone in their struggles. The amphitheater became a sacred space where the essence of humanity was laid bare, and every person felt the weight of their existence. Yet, the triumphs of these playwrights were not without their challenges. The very fabric of society was shifting. As the years passed, voices rose in protest, questioning the values and morals that these plays portrayed. The audience became more discerning, demanding depth and authenticity in the tales woven on stage. The playwrights were pushed to their limits, striving to capture the complexities of human experience while still adhering to the expectations of their time. The legendary Euripides emerged amidst this evolution, capturing the hearts of a generation with his bold storytelling. He dared to explore the intricacies of the human psyche, diving into the lives of women and their struggles, often drawing the ire of the traditionalists who clung to the past. His characters were flawed, raw, and intensely relatable, prompting audiences to confront their own demons. The air thickened with tension as each new production pushed boundaries, challenging the status quo while simultaneously embracing the age-old themes of love, loss, and redemption. As the plays continued to evolve, so too did the theaters themselves. The grand amphitheaters began to transform, their designs becoming more elaborate, creating a sensory experience that resonated with the audience. The acoustics improved, allowing every whisper and shout to carry across the sprawling seats, enveloping the crowd in a cocoon of sound. The use of scenery and props expanded the imagination, pulling viewers deeper into the narrative. The stage became a portal to different worlds, a place where every emotion could be experienced in vivid detail. The very act of performing became a ritual, a shared experience that connected the audience with the actors, with each other, and with something greater than themselves. The laughter, the tears, the gasps of shock and awe, they all mingled in the air, forming an invisible thread that bound everyone together in that moment. It was more than just entertainment. It was life, raw and unfiltered, played out before their eyes. And yet, as the lights dimmed and the last notes of the aulos faded into silence, the echoes of those performances lingered in the hearts of the spectators. The stories didn't end, they lived on, whispered in the alleyways of Athens, recounted in the taverns and pondered over in quiet reflection. Each tale ignited the imagination, inspiring new playwrights to take up the pen, to weave their own stories of tragedy and comedy. The cycle continued, the flame of creativity burning bright, feeding off the emotions and experiences of those who dared to dream. In this ever-expanding landscape of theatrical innovation, the laughter and tears intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that told the story of humanity itself, an unending tale of triumph, tragedy, and the relentless pursuit of understanding our place in the world. The amphitheater stood as a testament to that quest, a place where the complexities of life found a voice, urging each person to confront their own narrative, to embrace the dualities of existence, and to find their own truth within the laughter and the sorrow. In a land where grapes shimmered under the golden sun and the air was thick with the scent of wine and wild revelry, there existed a god whose laughter echoed through mountains and valleys, a god who danced between the lines of ecstasy and madness, Dionysus. He was more than a figure swathed in ivy and vine. He was the spirit of freedom, chaos, and the intoxicating thrill of life itself. But his stories were not for the faint-hearted. They were laden with passion, betrayal, and the kind of joy that could leave one breathless. One tale that haunted the whispers of the wind involved King Pentheus of Thebes, a ruler who could not bear the wildness that Dionysus sowed in the hearts of men. Pentheus, burdened by his rigid sense of order, looked upon the Bacchae, Dionysus's female followers, engaged in ecstatic dance and uninhibited joy with disdain. "Who is this pretender?" he scoffed, shrouded in his royal robes, his heart a fortress against the raw beauty of the world around him. Little did he know this disdain would lead to his own unraveling. Dionysus, ever the trickster, took a form that cloaked his divine essence, slipping into the shadows of the court, drumming up tension that vibrated in the very air. "Let me show you the truth," he whispered, his voice a sultry caress. Pentheus, curious yet defiant, fell into the trap, intrigued by the mystery woven into the god's presence. The prince of Thebes was drawn deeper into a world he sought to control, believing that he could catch a glimpse of this chaotic deity without losing himself. A shiver danced down his spine as he hid among the branches, peering down at the Bacchae as they swayed and swirled like leaves in a storm. It was a sacred act, an unrestrained ritual that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. In their eyes he saw a freedom he had never known, a wildness that beckoned to him, even as it terrified him. Dionysus revealed himself fully then, a wild blaze of joy and fury, and the moment that Pentheus had thought he could mock turned into a cataclysm. The Bacchae, empowered by their god, transformed into fierce creatures, their laughter echoing like thunder as they caught sight of Pentheus. "Come, join us," they cried, but it was too late. In a frenzy of passion and identity loss, they tore him apart, limbs ripped from his body as the soil drank deeply from his blood, a poetic justice for a man who had denied the wild, untamed spirit of life. The echoes of their rapture turned to screams of horror, a haunting sound that would resonate through the annals of history as a warning. Dionysus's allure was not purely about chaos, it was also about profound transformation. His myth wove itself into the fabric of humanity, showing that to deny one's true self could lead to destruction. The wildness of life, he taught, could provoke madness, yes, but it also birthed the beauty of art, music, and the deepest connections between souls. He was the heart of theatre, the muse of poets, and the catalyst for the ecstatic frenzy that spilled forth from the hearts of men and women alike. Yet, amidst the ecstasy and chaos, there was the heartfelt story of Ariadne, abandoned by Theseus on the island of Naxos. Her tears fell like rain, washing over the stones as she mourned the betrayal. But Dionysus, sensing her despair like a sudden shift in the wind, found her and swept her into his embrace. "You are not lost," he proclaimed, his voice a melody of comfort. He gifted her not just his love, but a crown of stars, a promise of immortality, binding their fates together in a dance of joy that overcame sorrow. Ariadne transformed under his care, her spirit igniting with the fire of passion and purpose. In her, Dionysus saw not just a consort, but a partner, a queen who would reign by his side in the divine realm. Together they danced through the night, the stars bearing witness to their union, a symbol of how love could triumph over abandonment. Their story became a tapestry, weaving together themes of loss, rebirth, and the joy that arises from the ashes of despair. As tales of Dionysus spread, they traveled on the lips of worshippers, carried in the rich aroma of wine-filled goblets, and echoed through the lively streets of ancient cities. Festivals sprang forth, celebrating the liberation he inspired. The Dionysia became a celebration of theatre, where tragedy and comedy intertwined, reflecting the duality of life, the joy and the pain, the laughter and the tears. But Dionysus was not merely a symbol of indulgence. He stood as a reminder that moderation was essential. The intoxication of life could lead to both ecstasy and ruin. Tales of excessive revelry often ended in sorrow, like the chilling story of Lycurgus, who dared to challenge the power of Dionysus. In his madness, he could not see the beauty in surrendering to the divine. He ripped vines from the earth, scorning the god who offered him liberation. In retaliation, Dionysus drove him into madness, leading him to slay his own son, mistaking him for a vine. The darkness that enveloped Lycurgus became a haunting, cautionary tale, a reminder that hubris could lead to one's own undoing. These stories, rich in emotion and complexity, danced through the hearts of those who heard them. Dionysus, with his vine-woven crown and intoxicating laughter, embodied the essence of life's extremes. He called to each soul, inviting them to embrace both joy and sorrow, to celebrate love and loss, and to understand that beneath the surface of revelry lay the delicate threads of human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the laughter of Dionysus lingered on the wind, hinting at more stories waiting to be told, tales that would unfurl like the petals of a blooming flower, revealing the intricate beauty of life, love, and the eternal dance of chaos and order. The world was alive with possibility, each moment a reminder that the spirit of Dionysus would forever pulse through the veins of humanity, urging them to celebrate, to feel, and to be unashamedly alive. In the shadow of towering mountains, where the sunlight barely grazed the earth, a chill danced through the air, whispering secrets of the unseen. Here, in the depths of the ancient world, lies a tale that echoes through time, a tale of love, loss, and the eternal struggle for redemption. The legend of Zagreus, born of divine blood and destined for greatness, unfolds like a tapestry, woven with threads of both hope and despair. Zagreus, the son of Persephone and Hades, was much more than a mere figure in a myth. He was a being of light born into darkness, a flicker of warmth in the cold grip of the underworld. His birth was shrouded in mystery, spoken of only in hushed tones. Some said he was a gift meant to bridge the chasm between the living and the dead, while others whispered that he was a curse, a reminder of mortality's relentless grasp. As a child, he played under the watchful gaze of his mother, learning the beauty of life even as he danced close to the shadows of death. But one fateful day, curiosity pulled Zagreus toward the edge of the underworld. With wide eyes and an adventurous spirit, he ventured through the twisted roots of the earth, where the souls of the departed lingered, caught between memory and oblivion. It was a place filled with echoes, of laughter, of cries, of unfinished stories. The air was thick with longing, each whisper a reminder of what once was. Here, Zagreus felt the weight of his lineage press upon him, a duality that both thrilled and terrified him. As he wandered deeper, the colors of his surroundings faded, swallowed by the shadows that danced like wraiths. He came upon the banks of the river Styx, its waters dark and swirling, a pathway between the worlds. The ferryman, Charon, stood at the edge, a figure cloaked in sorrow, his eyes reflecting the countless souls he had ferried across. Zagreus approached, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the other side, a desire to understand the realm that his mother had once called home. "Why do you seek the depths?" Charon's voice was gravelly, as if it had been worn down by centuries of silence. "The underworld is not a place for the living." "I am not afraid," Zagreus replied, his voice steady, though a flutter of fear lurked inside him. "I seek to know my father's legacy and the truth of my existence." Charon considered him, the weight of ages pressing heavily upon his brow. "The truth is a heavy burden, child of the gods. Are you prepared to bear it?" With a determined nod, Zagreus stepped onto the boat, the wood creaking beneath his weight as they glided across the ghostly waters. The landscape transformed before him, a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. He could hear the cries of the souls who had waited too long, their stories trapped in the echoes of time. Each ripple of water told of a life once lived, choices made, and regrets harbored. Arriving on the other side, he was greeted by a realm that felt both familiar and alien. The air was thick with despair. Flickers of hope flickered like distant stars in an endless abyss. Before him stood the gates of the underworld, imposing and ancient, guarded by the fearsome Cerberus, the three-headed beast, whose growls resonated like thunder. "Who dares approach?" the creature snarled, his gaze piercing through the darkness. "I am Zagreus, son of Hades," he proclaimed boldly, his heart racing. "I wish to see my father and understand my destiny." At the mention of his lineage, the beast paused, his eyes shifting as recognition dawned. With a reluctant growl, he stepped aside, allowing Zagreus to enter. The gardens of the dead opened up before him, a chilling beauty that both enchanted and terrified him. Ghostly figures drifted among the trees, their eyes empty yet filled with stories untold. He wandered, each step bringing him closer to understanding. There, in the distance, he saw a figure seated upon a throne of shadows, Hades, the lord of the underworld, whose presence loomed like an eclipse, with dark hair cascading like a waterfall of night, and eyes that held the weight of countless souls. Hades was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "Zagreus," he spoke, his voice echoing through the vast hall, resonating with power. "Why have you come to this place?" "I seek to know my purpose and my place in your world, Father," Zagreus replied, determination shining through his uncertainty. Hades regarded him for a moment, his expression inscrutable. "What you seek is not easily given. The underworld is not merely a reflection of the living, it is a mirror of the heart. You will face trials that test your will and your spirit." Just then, flashes of light illuminated the shadows, revealing the haunting faces of the past. Lost souls who had once walked the earth and now found themselves trapped within this spectral realm. The pain in their eyes struck Zagreus like a dagger, each one a story of love and loss, of dreams shattered and hopes extinguished. As he stood under his father's overwhelming gaze, the world around him began to swirl, a tempest of emotions rising within him. Fear gripped his heart, but so did a fierce resolve. He would not turn away from the truth of his heritage, nor from the destiny that awaited him. He stepped forward, the ground beneath him trembling, as if the very fabric of the underworld was alive, reacting to his determination. The shadows stirred, whispers rising like a cacophony of voices urging him onward. In that moment, he understood. His journey would not just be about confronting his lineage. It would be a quest to reclaim the light lost in the depths of the dark. With every heartbeat, the tension in the air thickened, drawing him deeper into the unknown. The path ahead was fraught with obstacles, but Zagreus felt an undeniable pull, a magnetic force that urged him to unravel the secrets of his existence. Each decision would echo not just through the underworld, but also through the fragile threads of fate that wove together the living and the dead. In the distance, a flicker of warmth caught his eye, a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. The fate of not just Zagreus, but all who had been ensnared by darkness, rested on the choices he would make. The fierce beauty of that moment ignited a spark within him, a promise of what was to come. The shadows whispered and beckoned, urging him toward the heart of the mystery that awaited just beyond the horizon, a journey that would change everything. A single flickering flame danced in the darkness, illuminating the faces of the gathered worshippers, their eyes wide with fervor, reflecting a chaotic blend of fear and ecstasy. In this sacred space, the air was thick with the scent of incense and the palpable buzz of collective energy, a testament to how deeply the human spirit craves connection with something greater. This was no ordinary meeting. It was a mad communion with the divine, where the boundaries of sanity and ecstasy blurred into a swirling vortex of belief. Across ancient cultures, worship took on countless forms, each unique, yet woven together by the same thread of madness that binds all souls drawn to the divine. From the sacrifice of goats at the altar of Zeus to the haunting chants echoing through the fog of ancient Celtic festivals, the rituals were a reflection of humanity's quest to understand the inexplicable, to touch the divine, and perhaps to lose oneself in the process. In the shadowy corners of temples, priests and priestesses chanted incantations, their voices rising and falling like the tide. The rhythmic drumming resonated through the ground, vibrating in the bones of the believers, stirring something primal that lay dormant within. The very act of worship often ignited a fervor akin to madness, a collective frenzy that engulfed the participants as they surrendered to their faith. Consider the ancient rites of Dionysus, the Greek god of wine and ecstasy. His followers, the Maenads, would lose themselves in an intoxicating whirl of dance, their hair wild and unkempt, faces smeared with the blood of sacrificed animals. In those moments, they felt liberated, transcendent, a temporary escape from the mundane shackles of life. The madness was not merely a symptom, it was a path to enlightenment, a way to glimpse the divine chaos that governed the universe. Yet, not all acts of worship were so celebratory. The Aztecs, with their pantheon of gods demanding blood, understood the darker side of devotion. Their temples, towering and foreboding, stood as reminders of the ultimate price of worship. The priests, lost in a trance, would perform rituals that sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking crowd. The very air crackled with anticipation as offerings were made, blood flowing as a gift to the gods. To the Aztecs, such madness was necessary. It was a tangible exchange with the divine, a way to ensure harmony and favor. The psychological weight of such rituals bore heavily upon those who participated, as they felt the thrill of fear mixed with the relief of faith. In the distant mountains of Tibet, the sound of chanting monks echoed through the valleys. Their repetitive mantras stirred a sense of serenity, yet there was a darker undertone, a madness simmering just beneath the surface. The practice of extreme asceticism, where monks would starve and expose themselves to harsh elements, was a powerful statement of devotion. In their quest for enlightenment, they often teetered on the edge of sanity, pushing their minds and bodies to the brink. This relentless pursuit of the divine often raised questions. How much suffering is too much in the name of faith? Were they seeking enlightenment, or merely the chaos that madness brings? In the ancient cities of the Near East, the worship of the goddess Ishtar was a spectacle of both reverence and wild abandon. Her temples filled with devotees who engaged in ecstatic rituals, blurring the lines between desire and divinity. The sacred prostitutes, known as Ishtar's servants, would perform rituals that embodied the very essence of love and war, Their acts were filled with a frenzied passion that captured the essence of human experience, the joy, the sorrow, the madness of love itself. For those who participated, the boundaries of self dissolved, and they became one with the chaotic force of the goddess. The echoes of these ancient practices resonate within the human psyche even today. Temptation and devotion dance a delicate tango, one that ignites the hearts of believers from all walks of life. In modern times, the psychological aspects of worship remain as people gather in churches, mosques, and temples, seeking connection and understanding. Yet, beneath the surface, one questions whether the madness of worship still holds sway over the human spirit. Throughout history, those who sought the divine often found themselves standing on the precipice of sanity, grappling with the weight of their beliefs. The followers of the cult of Mithras engaged in secretive rites, where initiation was a trial by fire. The mental strain of such a transformation often drove them to the brink, forcing them to confront their innermost fears and desires. This duality of worship, the exhilaration of divine connection, and the haunting echo of madness, has shaped human experience in ways that are difficult to fathom. As the flames flicker and the chants swell, the listener is transported back to those sacred moments, where the energy of the crowd pulsates in unison. The raw emotion, surging through the gathered souls, is a reminder that worship is not just an act of faith, it is a profoundly psychological experience. An intricate dance of trust and madness. The pulse of the drum echoes through time, a steady heartbeat that calls to the depths of human emotion. The tension builds as believers lose themselves in the chaos, the fervor igniting a fire within that cannot be extinguished. The stories of yesteryear swirl around them, whispered through the ages, tales of ecstasy and sacrifice, of joy intertwined with sorrow. As the rituals unfold, the realization dawns that madness in myth is not an aberration, but a fundamental part of what it means to be human. The dance of worship continues, a symphony of devotion that stretches across the fabric of history, reminding us that within the depths of madness lies a profound connection to the divine. The flickering flame illuminates the faces around it once more, their expressions a reflection of their shared journey into the unknown, where the mundane fades away and the divine madness takes hold, urging them onward into the next chapter of their story. Spring dawned with a golden hue, dew glistening like tiny jewels on budding leaves. The air was thick with the heady scent of blooming flowers, a fragrant promise of life. It was during this sacred season that the spirit of Dionysus danced through the natural world, weaving his magic into every vine and blade of grass. The earth throbbed beneath him, alive with the pulse of growth and fertility, and all around, the sounds of nature hummed a chorus of renewal. In ancient Greece, the people knew that the cycle of life hinged on this divine figure. He was not merely a god, he was the embodiment of nature's forces, wild and untamed. When the first vines burst forth, heavy with grapes, celebration erupted from the fields to the towns. Dionysus was the one who brought forth not just wine, but joy, ecstasy, and an undeniable connection to the world around them. His essence was in every sip of wine, every harvest, and every dance under the moonlight, an irresistible link to the earth that cradled and nurtured. The festivals held in his honor spilled over with laughter and music, a vibrant tapestry of human emotion interwoven with the essence of nature. As villagers gathered to celebrate the Dionysia, their spirits soared. They donned garlands of ivy and wore masks that transformed their faces into expressions of rapture. Each sip of wine poured was a toast to the fertility of the land, as Dionysus's presence was felt deep within the soil, encouraging crops to grow and flourish. The rhythm of the drums pounded like the heartbeat of the earth itself, calling forth the energy of life that surged through every living thing. Yet, this celebration was tinged with an awareness that the cycle of fertility was as fragile as the delicate blossoms that graced the trees. There were moments when drought threatened, when the skies hung heavy and gray, and the earth cracked beneath the weight of despair. It was in these times that the people turned desperately to Dionysus, pleading for his favor. They adorned his altars with offerings of the first fruits, their hopes like whispers on the wind, carried into the heavens. They knew that without his blessing, the land could wither, their livelihoods hanging in the balance. through the eyes of a young child named Lycos. The importance of this dance between humanity and nature came alive. With a crown of wildflowers perched atop his head, he wandered through the vineyards, his tiny fingers brushing against the leaves. He felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, a reminder of the power that lay within the cycle of life. Each budding grape signified a heartbeat. Every rustle of leaves spoke of secrets whispered by the wind, and Lycos could sense Dionysus watching over him, a guardian of growth and joy. One fateful afternoon, as clouds gathered ominously in the horizon, the village sought to appease the god. They gathered at the foot of a great oak, its branches stretched like arms toward the heavens, and there, under the watchful gaze of ancient statues, they offered wine and honey, their voices rising in prayer. "Oh, Dionysus, keeper of the vines, grant us your grace," they cried out, their hearts pounding in unison. It was a moment of collective vulnerability, where fear and hope danced together, teetering on the edge of the unknown. Then, as if in response, thunder rolled across the sky, and a magnificent bolt of lightning struck the earth. Gasps echoed through the crowd, but Lycos stood firm, eyes wide with awe. He felt the earth tremble beneath his feet, a reminder that life was a balance of power and gentleness. In that instance, he understood the duality of nature, the wild spirit of growth and the storms that threatened it. Dionysus was not just a benefactor, he was the embodiment of life's fierce beauty, a reminder that without the rain, the flowers could not bloom. The rains came, gentle at first, caressing the thirsty ground, then pouring down in a raucous symphony. Lycos twirled in the downpour, laughter spilling from his lips like the wine that flowed freely at the festivals. The village erupted in joy, dancing amidst the lightning and the laughter, feeling the very essence of Dionysus course through them. The soil soaked up the life-giving elixir, and soon the first tender shoots broke through the surface, a proclamation of victory over despair. Yet, as the days turned to weeks and the sun began to set on the season, the villagers could feel the tension of existence, a delicate balance maintained through ritual and reverence. They learned that Dionysus was as much about surrender as he was about celebration. The vines that yielded the sweetest grapes did not do so without the storms, and the joy of harvest was interwoven with the trials of the seasons. This understanding deepened their connection to the world around them, and they vowed to honor the cycles of life and death, growth and decay. Every harvest became a testament to this bond, a celebration of the earth's gifts and Dionysus's guiding hand. The grapes, shimmering like jewels in the soft glow of the moonlight, were crushed and transformed into wine, each drop a tribute to the dance of fertility. As the villagers gathered once more, laughter filled the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of cooking meats and baked bread. They danced around the flickering flames, their hearts entwined with the spirit of the god, feeling the rhythm of life itself pulsing through their veins. And in those moments, with every cheer and every song, the villagers were reminded that the essence of Dionysus was not just in the festivals, but in the very soil beneath their feet. The cycle of fertility and growth was a sacred bond that connected them not only to each other, but to the natural world that surrounded them. With eyes closed, they could feel the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that life was an intricate web of interconnectedness. As twilight settled, the laughter began to fade, replaced by a serene stillness under the starlit sky. Yet, the adventure of understanding Dionysus and the natural world had only just begun. The whispers of the wind carried stories yet untold, and the earth, ever nurturing, awaited the next cycle of life to unfold. They all sensed it, a thrilling anticipation of what was to come, an echo of Dionysus's promise that the dance of fertility would continue, forever entwined with the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the walls, weaving tales of joy and despair. A figure, crowned with vine leaves, stepped forth from the darkness, his laughter echoing like the chime of distant bells. But beneath that joyous sound lay a haunting truth, a reminder that life and death are intertwined in ways that twist the very fabric of existence. This was Dionysus, the god of wine, festivity, and the uncanny realms beneath the surface of the earth. His presence was both intoxicating and terrifying. As he moved through the throngs of revelers, The air thickened with scents of ripe grapes and wildflowers, mingled with the unmistakable undertone of decay. The followers, caught in the rapture of his revelry, knew not that each sip of wine brought them closer to touching the edge of oblivion. They danced, lost in the throes of ecstasy, while Dionysus watched with a knowing smile, his eyes glinting with a deep understanding of the cycle of creation and destruction. In ancient myths, he was called the chthonic god, associated not only with the life-giving forces of nature, but also with the shadowy domains beneath the earth. His duality was evident in the festival of Dionysia, where masks of joy spoke of life, while beneath them whispered secrets of death lingered. The theater, the very heart of these festivals, became a sacred space where life's intensity was magnified, revealing the thin veil between laughter and tears, celebration and sorrow. The stories told during these festivals were powerful, meant to evoke emotions that could linger long after the final curtain fell. Tragedies and comedies intertwined, each illuminating the stark realities of human existence. In the depths of laughter, the crowd could feel the pulse of death, reminding them that their joyful moments were fleeting, a brief candle flickering against the inexorable darkness. Dionysus, with his effervescent charm, embodied that very paradox, a reminder that life cannot exist without death, just as day cannot exist without night. In the quiet shadows where he often retreated, the echoes of lost souls whispered to him. He was not merely a god of pleasure, he bore witness to the grief of human experience. Those who ventured into his temple often sought solace from their pain, hoping to escape the inevitability of loss. His chthonic aspect, the embodiment of the underworld, provided a path for the living to confront their mortality through the lens of joyful abandon. Wine flowed like rivers, stoking the fires of passion while also cooling the edges of fear that hovered in the hearts of men and women. As the night deepened, Dionysus led his followers into the woods, where the trees seemed to come alive under his influence. The air vibrated with unspoken tension, a reminder of the spirits that lingered just out of sight. The revelers, now entangled in a collective frenzy, felt the electric pull of something greater than themselves. Laughter erupted, but it was mingled with an undercurrent of dread, a primal recognition of the fragility of their lives. Among them was a young woman, her eyes wide with wonder, but tinged with a hint of apprehension. She felt the weight of Dionysus's gaze upon her, as if he could see into the very depths of her soul. She danced with abandon, her heart racing with the thrill of the moment, yet in the back of her mind, she could hear the whispers of ancestors warning her of the cost of such reckless abandon. Dionysus, in his role as a chthonic god, was both her savior and her executioner. As the festivities reached their zenith, the earth trembled beneath their feet. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse, a heartbeat that resonated with the rhythm of life and death. The joy of wine was suddenly tinged with the taste of iron. Laughter turned to gasps as shadows flickered ominously at the edges of the revelry. Dionysus, with a twinkle of mischief in his eye, revealed the dark side of his nature, a reminder that every celebration holds a hidden sorrow. The young woman, entranced yet terrified, caught sight of the spirits swirling around them, echoing the laughter of the living while mourning the forgotten. Dionysus's voice broke through the chaos, a melodic whisper, inviting her to confront her fears. To embrace life is to embrace death. They are but two sides of the same coin. His words echoed like a distant thunder, stirring something deep within her. With a shiver running down her spine, she felt the weight of her ancestors pressing upon her. They had danced like this too, perhaps in the very same woods, laughter mingling with tears. The night was alive with their stories, their struggles against the inevitable, their celebrations of fleeting moments. Dionysus, the master of ceremonies, held the power to bridge the living and the dead, to remind them that to truly live, one must also acknowledge the specter of death that walks beside them. As the moon rose high, illuminating the faces of the ecstatic crowd, the boundary between joy and sorrow blurred. Dionysus, with a flourish, led them into deeper shadows where the true nature of their existence lay, raw, unfiltered, and breathtaking. The celebration transformed into a catharsis, a release of pent-up emotions that surged through the air like a wildfire. Tears mingled with laughter, And in that moment of chaos, the boundaries of life and death shattered. In the sacred dance of Dionysus, the young woman found her truth. She understood now that to fear death was to fear life itself. And in surrendering to that reality, she could truly find liberation. Dionysus, with his intoxicating presence, became the guide through the tumultuous sea of human emotion, reminding everyone that their existence was a fleeting sparkle against the vast darkness of eternity. As the night wore on, the fabric of reality continued to unravel around them. Dionysus's laughter rang clear, a beacon amidst the chaos, drawing them ever deeper into the interplay of life and death. The dance spiraled on, an unending loop of joy and sorrow, as the spirits of the past swirled in and out of focus, urging the living to remember, to celebrate, to mourn, and to embrace their own fragile humanity. Dionysus was both the life-bringer and the harbinger of the inevitable end, and in his presence, they found a bittersweet understanding that life, in all its tumult, was worth every fleeting, precious moment. In the flickering light of an ancient amphitheater, a wild laughter echoed through the night, mingling with the scent of fresh wine and ripe grapes. Revelers, their faces flushed with joy, danced with abandon, caught in the intoxicating grasp of Dionysus. It was in these moments of ecstasy and chaotic freedom that the seeds of philosophical thought were sown, nourished by the spirit of the god who embodied passion and irrationality. This was not mere revelry, it was a dance with the very essence of existence, a glimpse into the depths of human nature that beckoned thinkers from every corner of ancient Greece. Plato, with his sharp intellect, stood at the edge of this fray, a witness to the tension between order and chaos. His dialogues often wrestled with the idea of the ideal, balance, harmony, and reason. Yet Dionysus, in all his chaotic splendor, pulled at the strings of Plato's mind. The philosopher could not fully dismiss the truths woven into the fabric of chaos. The allegory of the cave, with its shadows and illusions, hinted at the deeper insights that lay beyond the rational. Was it not Dionysian instinct that inspired the philosopher to look beyond mere appearances? In the shadows of the cave, whispers of the Bacchic spirit lingered, hinting that madness and ecstasy could reveal profound truths that reason alone could not uncover. As the centuries rolled on, the whispers grew louder. Aristotle, a student of Plato, sat under a star-lit sky, pondering the nature of happiness. There, among the clinking of cups and the festive melodies, he saw the duality of life, the pursuit of virtue and the embrace of pleasure. Dionysus walked alongside Aristotle, urging him to recognize that to understand the human condition was to accept both the rational and the primal. This intricate dance of opposites became a foundation for much of Western thought. The philosopher could not ignore the allure of the intoxicated state, where pleasure and pain intertwined, and from that chaos, beauty emerged. The influence of Dionysus seeped into the minds of later thinkers, reaching far and wide. The Stoics, with their commitment to reason and self-control, found themselves facing a paradox. In their quest for tranquility, did they not encounter the tempests of desire and emotion? The Bacchanalia, with its uninhibited celebrations, served as a reminder of life's unpredictable nature. The Stoics wrestled with the notion that perhaps the acceptance of chaos could lead to a deeper understanding of serenity. Was it not in the surrender to the irrational that one could find true strength? As the Roman Empire rose and fell, the essence of Dionysus morphed, yet remained ever present. The early Christians, in their struggle against paganism, found themselves at a crossroads. The ecstatic celebrations of the followers of Dionysus raised questions about the nature of faith, joy, and the divine. How could they suppress the primal instincts that echoed in the hearts of their flock? In the struggle between asceticism and the joy of salvation, Dionysus lingered, a ghost of ecstatic truth haunting the corridors of faith. Fast forward to the 19th century, where a name reverberated through the annals of philosophy: Friedrich Nietzsche. He stood as a titan, a philosopher who audaciously claimed God is dead. Yet, who was this God that Nietzsche spoke of? Was it not the rigid moralities that stifled the Dionysian spirit? Nietzsche, intoxicated by the notion of eternal recurrence, urged humanity to embrace the chaos, to dance wildly with existence, rather than shy away in fear. Dionysus became the embodiment of life itself, with all its contradictions and passions. In his works, the philosopher painted a vivid picture of the Übermensch, an individual who transcends conventional morality to embrace the totality of human experience, both rational and irrational. In this cacophony of thought, the tension between Apollo and Dionysus bubbled to the surface. Apollo represented order, beauty, and clarity, while Dionysus screamed of chaos, ecstasy, and the raw, unfiltered heartbeat of life. Nietzsche captivated audiences with the idea that true wisdom lay not in the suppression of one's instincts, but in their expression. The wild and the rational were locked in an eternal dance, and to understand existence was to embrace both partners in this tumultuous ballet. As the night deepened, the echoes of laughter and music intertwined with the philosophical musings of the ages. The dark shadows of uncertainty loomed, yet a flicker of light pulsed in the distance, an invitation to engage with life in its fullest form. The influence of Dionysus on philosophy was not merely a historical footnote, but a living, breathing force that shaped human thought. It was a call to accept the duality of existence, to find beauty in the chaos and wisdom in the madness. In the whispers of night, the legacy of Dionysus resonated endlessly, weaving through the tapestry of thought and experience, urging the seekers of truth to let go of their fears, to drink deeply from the cup of life, and to join in the eternal dance of existence, an invitation too tantalizing to decline. The music swelled, the laughter crescendoed, and the dance continued, spiraling into the unknown, where the essence of humanity awaited, alive and unrestrained. A wild celebration echoed through the ancient hills, where the joyous cries of revelers mingled with the earthy scent of wine and the faint flicker of torches. The air was electric, thick with a sense of liberation that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the universe. This was no ordinary festival. It was a sacred rite dedicated to Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and chaos. The boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred as individuals surrendered themselves to primal instincts, unleashing the very essence of their being. Among the throng, a young woman named Callista danced like a leaf caught in a whirlwind. Her laughter rang out, bright and unhindered, echoing the wild spirit of the crowd around her. In that moment, she became the embodiment of freedom, of the Dionysian archetype, unshackled, unrestrained, and gloriously alive. Yet beneath the surface of this euphoria, shadows lingered. Each figure lost in the dance represented more than mere revelry. They were manifestations of something deeper, something rooted in the psyche, a battle between instinct and control. Sigmund Freud, the father of the psychoanalysis, would have watched this scene with fascination. He understood the tension that lay within the human mind. The Dionysian archetype, with its intoxicating allure, stirred the primal urges that Freud posited existed in every individual. The id, that raw, unfiltered part of the psyche, yearned for gratification, while the superego, the voice of reason and societal expectation, sought to impose order. In Callista's uninhibited movements, Freud might have seen a clash of these forces, a beautiful chaos that threatened to unravel the fabric of civilization itself. As the night deepened, the rhythm of the drums reverberated through the earth, a call to abandon all restraint. Callista twirled, her long hair flowing like a cascade of dark silk, and in her eyes burned a flicker of something ancient. It was more than just joy. It was a longing for connection, for transcendence. The Dionysian experience was an escape from the mundane, a moment where one could touch the divine. Yet, lurking beneath this ecstasy was a fear, a whispered warning that such abandon could lead to madness. In the shadows stood a man named Lysander, his gaze fixed on Callista. Unlike her, he was tethered by thoughts of consequence. He felt the stirrings of desire within him, but the voice of his rational mind cautioned him. Where there is ecstasy, there is also chaos. The mythology of Dionysus was fraught with tales of destruction, of revelers who lost themselves and paid a terrible price. Lysander's heart raced, caught in the tension of duality, the urge to join the dance, to surrender to the wild spirit, and the dread of losing himself entirely. As he observed Callista, he recalled the stories told in hushed tones, how the followers of Dionysus had been known to rush into madness, driven by the intoxicating pull of the god. The Maenads, women possessed by divine frenzy, would tear apart beasts in their fervor, celebrating life and death in a cacophony of screams and laughter. This was the essence of the Dionysian archetype, a force that could both create and destroy. While Lysander wrestled with his fears, Callista danced with abandon, her spirit soaring as she embraced the Dionysian ethos. She exemplified the freedom that Freud described, where the id reigns supreme, unbound by the constraints of social expectations. In her dance, she became a vessel for the collective unconscious, channeling the desires of her ancestors who, centuries before, had also abandoned their cares in the name of ecstasy. The moon hung high, casting a silver glow over the wild gathering. It illuminated the faces of those lost in the moment, each reflecting the dichotomy of their souls. The laughter was bright, yet the shadows were long, hinting at the chaos that could descend at any moment. A sudden roar pierced the air, a challenge, a rapture, a reminder that in the depths of joy, danger often lurked. Lysander felt a surge of energy, a pull towards Callista and the intoxicating crowd. It was as if he heard the whispers of his innermost self, urging him to shed the weight of his inhibitions and join the dance. Yet doubt clawed at him, echoing the teachings of Freud, that surrendering to the id could lead him to a dark place, one where boundaries dissolved and reason faded. His mind raced through images of unrestrained chaos, a world where morality was lost in the haze of wine and wildness. But just as the tension reached its peak, a shift occurred. A figure appeared at the edge of the gathering, a woman with wild, untamed hair, eyes gleaming with mischief and wisdom. She was a priestess of Dionysus, a living embodiment of the god's duality. With a knowing smile, she beckoned to Lysander, her call irresistible, as though she laid bare the truths of the universe in her glance. In that instant, he realized that to embrace the Dionysian was not solely to lose oneself in chaos, but also to find a deeper connection to life itself. The dance, the revelry, the very essence of joy, all were rites of passage, gateways to understanding the darker aspects of humanity. It was a reminder that within the chaos, there lay an opportunity for profound insight, a chance to confront the shadows that lay dormant within. With a heart pounding like the drums that echoed in the night, Lysander stepped forward, caught between the safety of the known and the thrill of the unknown. As he moved through the crowd, he could feel the tension of his own psyche, an exhilarating dance of fear and desire. The priestess watched him with an understanding that transcended language, an invitation to embrace the full spectrum of his being. Callista, still spinning in her ecstatic dance, glanced at Lysander, her laughter intertwining with the music that encircled them. In her eyes, he saw not only the spirit of celebration, but also a hint of something darker, an acknowledgement of the chaos that lay just beneath the surface. There was no turning back now. The dance had begun, and the Dionysian spirit beckoned them into the depths of emotion, to a place where joy and fear coexisted, pulsating in rhythm with the beating of their hearts. The night promised more than mere revelry. It was a baptism into the complexities of the human soul, where the Dionysian and the Freudian intertwined in a delicate balance. As the laughter rose higher, the shadows lengthened, and the boundaries of sanity began to blur, they all stood on the precipice of revelation, ready to plunge into the abyss of their own desires. The air shimmered with the echoes of laughter and music, vibrant and wild, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue across the lush hills of ancient Greece. It was during these ecstatic celebrations, dedicated to Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, that the boundaries between the mundane and the divine faded away. Among the throngs of devoted followers, two figures stood out, their presence commanding both reverence and mischief: the satyrs and Silenus. Silenus, a stout bearded figure who was rarely seen without a cup in hand, was the wise yet drunken companion of Dionysus. His belly swayed with the rhythm of the music, his laughter harmonizing with the melodies that spiraled through the air like fireflies in the twilight. He was a bard of sorts, spinning tales of old, his words dripping with wisdom and folly alike. The followers gathered around him, entranced by the stories that flowed as easily as the wine from the amphorae. Silenus, with his wild eyes, spoke of the earth and the vine, of love and loss, of madness and ecstasy. Each tale was a thread, weaving together the fabric of life itself, pulling everyone closer into the warmth of the celebration. But it was the satyrs, with their goat-like legs and mischievous grins, who truly embodied the spirit of Dionysus. They danced with abandon, their hooves pounding on the ground, creating a rhythm that resonated with the very heartbeat of nature. Each leap and bound seemed to shatter the stillness of the night, drawing everyone into a whirlwind of joy. Their music was raw and unrefined, played on rustic pipes and simple drums that echoed through the forests, weaving a spell that was impossible to resist. The melodies echoed off the trees, wrapping around the revelers like a warm embrace, igniting passions and beckoning forth laughter like a siren's call. As the music swelled, so did the emotions of those present. Faces lit up with joy, and eyes sparkled with the dance of flames. The satyrs encouraged the crowd to let go of their worries, their inhibitions swept away in a tide of harmony. It was a collective unburdening, a release of the everyday troubles that typically weighed heavy on their hearts. The satyrs' laughter rolled through the air, infectious and wild, pulling everyone into their dance, men and women alike, young and old, united in a moment of pure, unfiltered joy. Yet, as the night deepened, the music shifted. The playful melodies began to intertwine with darker, more haunting tones, as if echoing the dual nature of Dionysus himself, both the giver of joy and the harbinger of madness. Silenus, swayed by the music, took a step back, his eyes glimmering with a hint of sadness as he began to sing of the shadows that lurked behind the revelry. His voice trembled with emotion as he spoke of the price of ecstasy, the fleeting nature of joy, and the inevitable return to reality. The crowd fell silent, enraptured by the depth of his words, feeling a chill that prickled their skin. The satyrs, sensing the shift, danced with even more fervor, their movements like lightning striking the earth, urging the crowd back into the light. They spun in circles, their laughter ringing out like a call to arms against the encroaching darkness. The music picked up again, rising to a fever pitch that matched the wild beating of hearts. The revelers surrendered completely, intoxicated not just by wine, but by the raw energy that electrified the air. In that moment, the boundary between the sacred and the profane blurred. The satyrs, with their playful antics, became embodiments of life's primal urges, desire, passion, and chaos. They howled at the moon, each sound a celebration of life's unpredictable nature. Silenus, watching the satyrs dance, felt a bittersweet nostalgia wash over him. He remembered the nights of his youth, the fires that burned bright, and the laughter that echoed through the valleys. As the hours slipped away, the music surged with a life of its own, each note resonating with the collective heartbeat of the crowd. It became a living entity, wrapping around them like a vine, binding them together in an unbreakable connection. The satyrs, in their ecstatic frenzy, became the embodiment of Dionysus's spirit, wild, untamed, and intoxicating, a reminder of the joy found in surrendering to the moment. But even as they danced, shadows flickered at the edges of the celebration. People began to whisper, their eyes darting nervously, as if sensing the darker side of Dionysus's realm creeping in. The laughter of the satyrs took on an edge, a reminder that the god of wine also ruled over madness. Silenus, sensing the shift once more, opened his mouth to sing again, but the words caught in his throat. The revelry continued, yet there was an undercurrent of tension, a reminder that ecstasy could easily tip into despair. The satyrs, relentless in their pursuit of joy, grasped at the fleeting moments. They pulled revelers into their dance, their joyous cries shattering the quiet of the night. Yet every now and then, the music would dip low, like a heartbeat faltering, and an uneasy silence would fall. But just as quickly as it came, the laughter and music would rise again, an unstoppable tide that pushed the dark thoughts away, if only for a little while longer. In the depths of the night, Silenus gazed upon the dancing crowd, a tapestry of emotions woven together by the power of music. He could see the masks people wore, the joy mingling with sorrow, the ecstasy brushing against despair. It was all part of the experience, a reminder that life was a dance, both light and dark intertwined. And as the satyrs led everyone in another raucous round of laughter and dance, he understood that this chaotic blend was what brought them all together. Every note, Every jubilant leap, every wistful sigh created a harmony that echoed through the valleys. And with it, the essence of Dionysus pulsed, alive and vibrant, leaving the crowd yearning for more as the night stretched on, promising that the celebration would never truly end, but simply transform, flowing into whatever came next. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of Athens, where a hum of excitement buzzed like bees in a garden. It was the time of the Dionysian festivals, a season when everyday life melted away, and the city transformed into a vibrant tapestry of laughter, music, and dance. With every pulse of drum beats, the air thickened with anticipation, drawing people from all walks of life into a grand celebration, united under the watchful eye of the god of wine, ecstasy, and revelry. Crowds thronged the narrow streets, their faces lit with joy and unrestrained emotion. Men donned festive garments, while women adorned themselves with vine leaves and floral wreaths, symbols of their devotion to Dionysus. Young children scampered about, their laughter ringing like bells as their parents exchanged knowing smiles. In this moment, classes and divisions faded like shadows at dusk. Everyone was a part of something greater, a shared experience that transcended the mundane constraints of daily life. As the sun dipped lower, a vibrant procession wound its way toward the theater, the center of the festival activities. At the forefront, a group of masked performers danced, their movements fluid and enchanting, igniting the crowd's energy. The masks were not merely decorations. They were portals to another world, allowing the wearers to shed their identities and embrace the essence of Dionysus. The boundaries of self faded, and what emerged was a collective spirit, participants lost in a cosmic symphony of laughter and sorrow. In this gathering, the rich and the poor, the powerful and the meek stood shoulder to shoulder. Aristocrats draped in fine robes mingled with humble farmers, their faces smeared with the dirt of the fields. The festival was a sanctuary where status was irrelevant, and everyone was granted the same chance to worship, to celebrate, to feel. It was a moment when societal hierarchies crumbled beneath the weight of communal ecstasy. People cheered, their voices melding into a chorus that echoed off the ancient stone walls of the theater. Within the theater, the atmosphere crackled with excitement. Here, dramatic performances transformed the stage into a world of gods and heroes, tales of love and betrayal, woven with the threads of human experience. The audience, a mosaic of humanity, sat in rapt attention, each person enraptured by the unfolding stories. It was a time of catharsis, where laughter and tears mingled, allowing for a collective release of emotions. The tragedies spoke of life's struggles, while comedies invited hearty laughter, uniting the audience in a shared rhythm of feeling. Actors, trained in the art of expression, emerged from behind the curtain, their faces painted to enhance their performances. The masks they wore were not just for disguise, they were a means to convey the most profound emotions, to elevate human experiences beyond mere words. Each gesture, each intonation carried the weight of ancestral tales, connecting the present to the past. The Dionysian festivals were a living testament to the power of storytelling, a medium that transcended time and space, binding the community together. As night unfurled its starry cloak, the revelry spilled out into the streets. Torches flickered like fireflies, illuminating the faces of the ecstatic crowd. Music erupted, a wild blend of flutes and lyres, drawing people into a frenzy of dance. Feet pounded the earth, hearts raced, and laughter rang out, a beautiful cacophony that echoed through the night. The intoxicating aroma of wine filled the air, and cups clinked together in toasts to life, love, and the divine chaos of existence. Amidst the joyous clamor, small groups gathered, each with their own unique celebration. Some formed circles, dancing in a whirl of unrestrained freedom. Others engaged in spirited debates about the performances, their voices rising and falling like the tide, passion igniting their expressions. The joy was infectious, sparking connections between strangers and friends alike, weaving a rich tapestry of human emotion. Yet, within this ecstatic celebration, lay a subtle undercurrent of tension. Dionysus was not just a god of joy, he was also the harbinger of chaos and madness. The festival called forth the wildness that lay dormant within everyone, a reminder of the thin veil that separates civilization from anarchy. As the night deepened, some revelers slipped into frenzied states, losing themselves completely to the intoxicating embrace of the god. The festival also served as a mirror to society, reflecting the struggles and complexities of human nature. In the depths of the revelry, whispers of dissent could be heard. The wealthy, the powerful, and the marginalized all voiced their hopes and grievances. The Dionysian festivals were not merely an escape, they were a space for dialogue and reckoning, where the masks of society slipped away, revealing the raw truth of existence. Here, in this sacred chaos, individuals confronted their fears and desires, forging a deeper understanding of themselves and one another. As dawn approached, the first light of day began to filter through the darkness, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold. The revelers, weary yet exhilarated, knew that the festival was drawing to a close. They gathered in small groups, exchanging stories of the night, their eyes sparkling with the remnants of joy and the weight of reflection. What had begun as a simple celebration had morphed into a profound exploration of human experience, revealing the intricate threads that bound them together. In this poignant moment, the true spirit of the Dionysian festivals emerged, a rich blend of emotion and connection that defied time. The laughter, the tears, the music, and the dance, each element left an indelible mark on their souls, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of life, they were never truly alone. As they prepared to return to their daily lives, the echoes of the festival lingered in their hearts, a promise of the power of community and the unyielding quest for joy in a world that often felt overwhelming. And as the sun broke free from the horizon, illuminating the remnants of revelry scattered across the city, the spirit of Dionysus remained alive, waiting patiently to be summoned once more, beckoning humanity back to the dance, the laughter, and the shared heartbeat of existence. The festivals had ended, but their essence would continue to weave through the lives of those who had gathered, a beautiful reminder of the magic that lay within unity and the arts, where every pulse of emotion resonated with the heartbeat of the divine. The moon hung low, casting a ghostly glow over the sacred groves where the gods often gathered. In the shadows of ancient trees, a tension brewed, thick and heavy like the scent of ripe grapes waiting to be crushed. The air crackled, not just with the whispers of the night, but with the brewing conflict among the Olympians, particularly concerning their most misunderstood member, Dionysus. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, was always an outsider. Born of a mortal woman and Zeus, his very existence was a challenge to the established order of Olympus. The other gods watched him with a mix of disdain and intrigue, their feelings an intricate tapestry woven with threads of jealousy, fear, and misunderstanding. While the sun-kissed gods of Olympus reveled in their powers, Dionysus danced with the wild, celebrating life in all its chaotic forms. He brought joy but also madness, ecstasy but also destruction, a duality that made him both revered and reviled. In the vibrant halls of Olympus, Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, stood firm with his bow in hand. His golden hair glimmered like the sun, but his eyes held a storm. "This revelry must cease," he declared, his voice echoing like thunder. "Dionysus leads mortals astray. The wine he pours clouds their judgment, turning them into beasts of frenzy." The other gods murmured their agreement. Hera, the queen, with her piercing gaze, added, "His presence threatens our order. His wild celebrations bring chaos. We must act before it spirals out of control." The tension thickened like fog, rolling in from the sea. But Dionysus, radiant and wild, swirled into the gathering with a laughter that could melt the hardest hearts. "But my friends, what is life without a little chaos? Without passion? I bring joy to the hearts of men. I teach them to live fully, to embrace the fleeting moments of existence." His voice was a sweet melody, yet the undercurrent was fierce. As he spoke, the memories of his travels flooded back. The streets of Thebes, alive with the thumping of feet and the pulse of music, filled with ecstatic followers. He had gifted them the vine, a symbol of both life and liberation, and in return, they revered him. But standing among the Olympians, he felt the weight of their judgment. Athena, wise and strategic, interjected, her voice calm, yet filled with a steely resolve. Dionysus, you may bring joy, but this joy comes at a cost. Mortals can lose themselves in their revelries. You must find balance. Her gaze was piercing, a reminder that wisdom was often a harsh teacher. Yet there was a flicker in Dionysus's eyes, a spark of defiance. Balance is a concept known only to the fearful. I offer them freedom. I offer them a chance to be more than mere shadows in the light of others. His passion ignited the air, and a ripple of energy surged through the assembly. The tension thickened as Ares, the god of war, chuckled darkly from the corner. Freedom or foolishness? Let them wallow in their wine-soaked dreams while the world crumbles around them. They are weak, and you make them weaker. His words dripped with disdain, and the gods felt the heat of battle brewing in his tone. Dionysus, undaunted, retorted, "And what of your own pursuits, Ares? Is it not you who stirs conflict among mortals? Is it not you who revels in destruction?" The air crackled between them, a challenge thrown like a gauntlet. The gods shifted, sensing the potential for an all-out clash. Tension coiled like a serpent ready to strike. As the debates raged on, the fabric of Olympus trembled, the shadows lengthened, and whispers of ancient grudges filled the air. Even Demeter, the goddess of harvest, who usually remained in the background, spoke up. "Dionysus brings joy, yes, but he also brings excess. I fear for the crops, for the earth. When men lose themselves, they lose everything." Her voice was tinged with both concern and sadness. Dionysus, feeling the weight of her words, took a step closer. "You worry for the earth, yet it is my festivals that celebrate its bounty. I urge the mortals to honor it, to dance and sing in gratitude. Why not join me instead of casting judgment?" For a moment, silence enveloped them, the gods caught in reflection. But then Zeus, the king of the gods, raised his thunderous voice, drowning out the quiet. "Enough! Each of you has valid points, yet it is time to decide. Dionysus, do you accept the responsibility that comes with your gifts, or shall you remain a wild card, a danger to us all?" His words hung heavily in the air, and Dionysus felt the weight of the moment. His heart raced, not with fear, but with a fierce determination. "I will never apologize for the joy I bring. If that is my crime, then let them call me a criminal." The gods were stunned into silence. His courage ignited a spark of admiration, even among those who had doubted him. But lurking in the shadows was something darker, an ancient rivalry simmering just beneath the surface. In the depths of Olympus, someone watched closely. Hera's jealousy burned bright, and whispers of betrayal twisted in her mind. Dionysus was a threat, a wild spirit they could not control. She could feel the tides shifting, the potential for chaos escalating. As the evening wore on, the debate raged with a fervor that threatened to consume them all. Tempers flared, alliances formed and broke, and the air was thick with unresolved tension. Each god's stance firmly rooted, yet their hearts swayed ever so slightly by the thrill of the impending conflict. A cosmic game was unfolding, woven with threads of rivalry, jealousy, and longing. Dionysus, at the center of it all, stood tall, the embodiment of freedom and fervor. But in the cosmic dance of the gods, one question loomed larger than the rest. How far would they all go to protect their ideals, their legacies, and their very existence? The energy crackled, charging the air with anticipation, and the night deepened around them. In that moment, the line between friendship and rivalry blurred, setting the stage for a confrontation that would shake Olympus to its core. As the moon bathed the scene in silvery light, the gods braced themselves, aware that the night was far from over, that the stories of their conflicts and rivalries were destined to echo through eternity. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily among the trees. A group of women filled the forest, their wild laughter echoing in the stillness, a sound both joyous and unsettling. They were the Bacchae, followers of Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, celebrating their new freedom and the intoxicating thrill of abandonment. Their bodies swayed, caught in a whirlwind of frenzy, their hair unbound and flowing like dark rivers, their eyes shining with an unsettling glow. The scent of ripe grapes hung in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the woodland, hinting at the wild revelry that was about to unfold. Among them danced Agave, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight, caught between the ecstasy of the moment and the creeping shadows of doubt. She was a mother torn from her son Pentheus, who stood outside their world, trying to impose his order on the chaos of the divine. The tension was palpable, as if the very earth beneath them held its breath, waiting for the clash of human will against divine power. Agave's heart raced, a mix of joy and fear coursing through her veins, symbolizing the struggle between liberation and destruction. In the city of Thebes, Pentheus watched from afar, rigid and defiant. His eyes burned with the arrogance of a ruler, a man determined to snuff out what he could not understand. He dismissed the Bacchae's wildness as mere madness, a threat to his carefully constructed world. Yet, deep within him, a flicker of fascination glowed, a secret longing to join the unrestrained revelry that he condemned. He couldn't grasp that to deny the divine was to invite disaster. The gods were not to be trifled with, and his refusal to acknowledge Dionysus would spell his doom. As Pentheus plotted to catch the Bacchae in their revels, he couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was brewing. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry warnings, the rustling leaves echoing Agave's name, calling her to the wilderness. There was something primal about the Bacchae, a power that transcended the mortal realm. Their laughter was a siren's song, pulling at the edges of his resolve. The pull of the divine was strong, and the conflict brewed like a tempest, threatening to burst forth and consume them all. In the throes of their ecstasy, the Bacchae surrendered completely to Dionysus, their movements becoming more frantic, more liberated. They tore at the flesh of animals, their cries of joy melding with the haunting echo of the hunt. Agave, lost in the madness, felt the thrill of power course through her. She was no longer a mother, no longer tethered to the mundane world. She was a goddess, fierce and untamed, but even in her wildest moments, a shadow of doubt lingered. What if this ecstasy led to a darkness she could not escape? Pentheus, disguised a spy on the Bacchae, felt the urge to confront the very essence of freedom that he so vehemently opposed. His heart raced with trepidation, a mixture of fear and excitement. As he approached the revelers, the air thickened, a palpable energy enveloping him. He forgot his role as a king and was drawn into the allure of the divine, the intoxicating scent of wine and earth filling his lungs. The more he observed, the more he felt the chains of his own repression begin to crack. Each beat of the drums resonated with a longing he couldn't name, a desire to be part of something greater than himself. Then came the moment when the boundaries blurred, the veil between man and God lifted. The Bacchae, sensing his presence, turned their eyes upon him, and in that instant, he was no longer an outsider looking in. They embraced him in a whirlwind of chaos and joy, his heart pounding like a wild drum. The intoxicating energy washed over him, and in his soul, the struggle between reason and madness reached its peak. The god's power was undeniable, and as he stood there, caught in the thrall of the Bacchae, the very essence of his being trembled under the weight of inevitability. Agave, now fully consumed by the frenzy of the hunt, felt a surge of primal energy as she wielded her weapons. She became a fierce embodiment of nature's raw power, her senses heightened, her instincts sharpened. In her bloodlust, she was a lion, a creature of the night, ready to defend her newfound freedom. The ecstasy of liberation coursed through her veins, and yet a thread of sorrow lingered. Could she truly sever the ties that bound her to her son? The joy was intertwined with a haunting sorrow, a reminder of what she left behind. The climax of their revelry erupted like a powerful storm. The clash of human ambition against divine will reached a crescendo, and as the Bacchae descended into a frenzied dance, the ground beneath their feet trembled. The wildness of their celebration mirrored the chaos within Pentheus, who stood paralyzed, unable to decide whether to flee from the scene or join the intoxicating dance. Each heartbeat echoed the duality of his existence, the ruler and the reveler, caught in a web of fate. As the night deepened, the Bacchae became a whirlwind of light and shadow, their wild cries ringing through the air like a haunting melody. The forest was alive with the scent of the earth, the sweet tang of wine, and the electric energy of the divine. They were no longer just women. They were the embodiment of a force that transcended humanity itself. And as Agave, in her frenzy, turned her gaze toward her son, the realization of what she had lost loomed like a dark cloud over the festivities. In that moment, the boundary between mother and monster blurred, and the audience felt the weight of impending tragedy. The cries of joy mingled with cries of despair as the dance of recklessness continued to spiral, and the gods watched, their laughter mingling with the cries of the Bacchae, knowing that the inevitable climax was near. Agave and Pentheus were hurtling toward a confrontation that would reverberate through the ages, a tale of madness, ecstasy, and the tragic consequences of denying the divine. As the night stretched on, the tension crackled in the air, urging the characters and the audience to confront their deepest fears and desires, leaving an unshakable feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. In the buzzing streets of ancient Rome, beneath the towering columns and the echoing chants of the crowd, a transformation was brewing. The air crackled with anticipation, tingling with the promise of something new. It was a time when gods walked among men and myths dripped like honey from the lips of poets. Yet within this vibrant tapestry of life, one figure stood poised to bridge cultures and ignite passions across the empire: Bacchus. Bacchus, the effervescent god of wine and ecstasy, was not born of Roman soil. He was a gift from the Greeks, a deity whose roots sank deep into the earth of Greece, where he was known as Dionysus. With wild curls crowned by vine leaves and a cup overflowing with wine, he danced through the hearts of those who sought merriment, uninhibited joy, and divine connection. But as his worship spread through the Mediterranean, Rome, with its insatiable appetite for the new and the exotic, began to embrace this captivating figure. Picture the moment when his presence first graced the Roman landscape. Merchants brought tales from afar, stories of frenzied rituals where followers surrendered themselves to the divine through ecstatic dance and drunken revelry. The Romans, ever pragmatic, were intrigued by the joy Bacchus could bring to their lives, the way he could blur the lines between reality and fantasy. He was everything they admired: free-spirited, full of life, and unafraid to challenge the status quo. In the shadows of the forum, whispers began to circulate. It was said that Bacchus could grant liberation from the burdens of everyday life. The rich and poor alike were drawn to him. They sought his blessings, craving the release that came with every sip of wine, every rhythmic sway of the body. The temples dedicated to him shimmered with vibrant frescoes and fragrant offerings, a testament to his burgeoning influence. But the adoption of Bacchus was not without its tensions. Traditionalists, with furrowed brows and stern expressions, eyed this foreign god with suspicion. To them, he was an interloper, a disruptive force capable of unraveling the fabric of Roman virtue. They feared his ecstatic rites, where boundaries dissolved and inhibitions vanished. Yet the very essence of Bacchus lay in that chaos, the swirling blend of laughter and tears, joy and sorrow. In the heart of the city, celebrations erupted with wild abandon. Whenever Bacchus was invoked, the streets pulsed with life as people donned ivy and grapevines, their faces painted with colors of the harvest. Music poured from every corner, filling the air like the scent of wine, spilling from overflowing goblets. A sense of unity enveloped them, a rare moment where social classes blurred under the sweet haze of Bacchus's influence. It was a realm where everyone could partake in the ecstasy of the divine, where slaves and senators danced side by side, uniting in their shared humanity. Yet, as Bacchus entwined himself deeper into Roman culture, a more profound transformation began to unfold. The Romans, masters of adaptation, began to weave him into the very fabric of their own mythology. They reshaped his stories, blending him with their values, creating a new Bacchus who resonated with the spirit of Rome itself. He became more than just a god of wine. He transformed into a symbol of resilience, a reminder of the power of joy amidst struggle. Festivals dedicated to Bacchus, known as Bacchanalia, grew increasingly elaborate, drawing throngs from afar. Under the flickering torchlight, they danced, sang, and drank in wild abandon. Yet just as quickly as the celebrations swelled, so too did the fears of the conservative elite. Whispers of excess and debauchery filled the air, and soon Bacchanalia became synonymous with chaos. A backlash rose, pushing for regulations on the festivities, deeming them too unruly, too free. This conflict of perception ignited a firestorm of debate. In the Senate, passionate voices clashed as they grappled with the implications of Bacchus's influence. Were these celebrations a threat to their sacred traditions, or did they represent a necessary release from the rigidity of Roman life? The resolution remained elusive, tension crackling in the air as the city held its breath, caught between the pull of tradition and the allure of newfound freedom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city, the spirit of Bacchus shimmered in the twilight. The Romans, caught in the throes of passion and uncertainty, continued to embrace him. They raised their goblets high, feeling the warmth of wine flow through their veins, igniting their spirits. Each sip became a prayer, each dance a testament to their struggle for joy amidst the shadows of their daily lives. And so, Bacchus became a symbol of the very essence of Roman identity, a blend of strength and vulnerability, tradition and change. His influence spread like wild vines across the empire, forever altering the landscape of Roman culture. The heartbeat of the city resonated with the rhythm of his celebrations, a constant reminder that in the embrace of Bacchus, the lines between divine and mortal blurred, leaving behind a legacy that would endure through time. The night deepened, filled with the promise of what was to come. Bacchus, ever watchful, lingered in the periphery, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. His laughter echoed through the streets, merging with the dreams and desires of those who danced in his name. The Roman world was shifting, and as history pushed forward, the legends of Bacchus would intertwine with new stories, weaving an intricate tapestry of culture, a dance that would never truly end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues over the hills of ancient Greece, a wave of excitement coursed through the air. The scent of wine mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming flowers, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that beckoned the revelers. The people gathered, their laughter echoing through the valleys, hearts racing in anticipation of the night's festivities. This was no ordinary celebration. This was the sacred time of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and unrestrained joy. His presence was felt in every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, and every raised cup. Dionysian worship began as a humble offering to a deity who understood the complexities of human emotion. The rituals were simple at first, a few offerings of grapes and a song sung under the stars. But as the years slipped by, the fervor grew. The wild and energetic dances, the thundering rhythms of drums, and the euphoric chants transformed the quiet nights into a cacophony of life and spirit. Communities united in worship, their voices rising like the crescendo of a symphony, a powerful force that overshadowed the mundane world outside their sacred circle. As word spread of this intoxicating worship, towns and cities clamored to join the Dionysian revelry. The festivals, once confined to rustic villages, began to spill over into the sprawling metropolises of Athens and Corinth. People traveled from far and wide, drawn by tales of wild celebrations, where the boundaries of self were lost in the embrace of the divine. Here the vineyards thrived, and the wine flowed like rivers, awakening something primal in everyone present. In the shadows of the towering Parthenon, the followers of Dionysus painted their faces with the colors of the earth, draping themselves in ivy and animal skins. They transformed into ecstatic followers, embodying the spirit of their god. Men and women danced together, their movements a blur of passion and abandon. Laughter turned into shrieks of joy, and sorrow melted away, replaced by the sweet release of the wine that flooded their senses. But the path of Dionysian worship was not without its challenges. As the movement spread, so did whispers of concern. The powerful and the pious looked upon the frenzy with suspicion, fearing the loss of control. Yet, throughout the chaos, a bond formed, a connection that transcended social class and status. Even the most stoic of leaders found themselves swaying to the rhythm, caught in the web of delight that enveloped the gatherings. Dionysus, with his wild hair and flowing vines, was not just a god of the vine, he was a liberator. As the festivals evolved, so did the rituals. The theater took shape alongside the vineyards, becoming a sanctuary for dramatic performances that explored the depths of human emotion. The Greeks crafted plays that delved into love, tragedy, and the ecstasy of existence. Audiences sat spellbound, losing themselves in the story as they felt the raw power of Dionysus surged through them. The lines between reality and performance blurred, and for those fleeting moments they tasted the divine. In Rome, the influence of Dionysian worship found fertile ground. The god's essence seeped into the very fabric of Roman culture. The Bacchanalia, originally a Greek festival, morphed into something grander, more extravagant. Citizens poured into the streets, transformed by the spirit of the god. They reveled under the starlit sky, lost in a frenzy of music and dance, abandoning their cares and duties. The debauchery was both thrilling and terrifying. The thrill of freedom swirled dangerously close to chaos. Yet it was precisely this wild energy that held them in thrall, creating a shared bond that transcended the confines of everyday life. With each passing year, Dionysus grew more revered, his worship spreading across the Mediterranean like a potent vine. In far-off lands, from the lush hills of Asia Minor to the bustling markets of Alexandria, the influence of Dionysian rites was palpable. Temples dedicated to him sprouted, and people sought his favor, believing that in his embrace lay happiness and liberation. They offered sacrifices, shared cups of wine, and danced under the moonlight, hoping to catch a glimpse of the god's ecstatic spirit. But as the worship expanded, so too did the opposition. The more the Dionysian cults flourished, the more the traditionalists fought to rein them in. Philosophers and scholars debated the merits of such wild abandon, arguing that it threatened the very fabric of society. Yet the pull of the god was too strong. In the shadows, clandestine gatherings ignited, where whispers of rebellion and freedom thrummed in the air. The tension grew palpable, a storm looming on the horizon. In the midst of this brewing conflict, the power of Dionysian worship remained undeterred. It became a symbol of resistance, a way for people to reclaim their joy in a world that often felt cold and oppressive. The ecstatic dances and wine-soaked nights were not mere distractions. They were acts of defiance against the mundane and the expected. The human spirit yearned for connection, for the ability to feel deeply, to laugh without restraint. As the festivals grew larger and more complex, a new understanding of community emerged. People gathered not just to worship, but to share their stories, their laughter, and their pain. They found solace in the collective experience, the reminder that they were not alone in their struggles. Dionysus was not just a deity of wine, he became a beacon of hope, a reminder that life, in all its chaos and beauty, was worth celebrating. And so, as the flames flickered and the drums echoed through the night, the spirit of Dionysus danced alongside them, uniting all in an unforgettable tapestry of emotion. The air pulsed with excitement, love, and an undercurrent of longing, a promise that the adventure of worshipping this god was just beginning. The night was alive, and the story of Dionysian worship was far from over. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one that would ripple through time, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all who dared to embrace its wild spirit. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, shadows danced along the rugged cliffs of ancient Greece. There, amidst the wild, untamed beauty of the landscape, a sound rippled through the air, the intoxicating rhythm of drums. Voices echoed, rising in a collective frenzy, a chorus of joy, sorrow, and wild abandon. This was the world of Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and, most importantly, madness. To be touched by his spirit was to taste freedom, the kind of freedom that bordered on chaos, where boundaries dissolved, and the soul could soar unencumbered. As the night deepened, revelers adorned in fawn skins and flowers embraced the madness that Dionysus promised. They twirled and whirled, laughter mixing with the cries of ecstasy as wine flowed like rivers. For them, every gulp was a liberating sip, a step closer to unveiling their true selves. Behind closed doors, they were bound by the weight of expectations, by the chains of society that dictated how they should live, love, and express their innermost desires. But here, in this sacred space, those chains fell away. The spirit of Dionysus coursed through their veins, igniting a fire that demanded release. Among them was a young woman named Callista, her heart pounding with anticipation. She felt the call of the god, a whisper that promised not just joy, but a deeper understanding of life itself. The memories of her mundane existence faded as she surrendered to the rhythm, allowing the music to take control. In that moment, She was not just a daughter, a sister, or a servant to her duties. She was a woman, aflame with passion, unshackled from the ordinary. Around her, a man named Lysander stood transfixed, his eyes gleaming with a mix of fear and exhilaration. He had been an ordinary farmer, toiling under the scorching sun, dreaming of a life that felt just out of reach. But now, surrounded by the wildness of the Bacchae, he felt a pulse of energy surging through him. He, too, wanted to break free from the constraints that held him captive. The thought of letting go terrified him, yet the very essence of Dionysus called to him. It was a choice, to remain in the safety of the familiar, or to step into the chaos of true freedom. The air turned electric as the rites unfolded. A great altar stood adorned with symbols, a vine twisted into the shape of a serpent, grapes spilling over the edges, and the ever-present thyrsus, a staff crowned with ivy, a reminder of both fertility and the wild. The priestesses, clad in flowing garments, invoked the spirit of Dionysus, their voices rising in a haunting melody that resonated through the crowd. Each note wrapped around the hearts of the revelers, like a warm embrace, pulling them into a world where the ordinary faded into insignificance. Yet in this revelry, the line between ecstasy and madness blurred. The thrill of liberation became a tempest, a storm that threatened to consume everything in its path. Those who surrendered fully were met with visions, fleeting glimpses of truths hidden deep within. Callista felt the world shift around her. Colors became more vibrant, laughter transformed into a symphony, and she lost herself in the dance. Each step was a rebellion against the constraints of her everyday life, each twirl a declaration of her own power. But the chaos was not without its dangers. As the night wore on, Lysander's heart raced with uncertainty. He had seen eyes roll back in the heads of some, faces twisted in euphoric agony. The madness of Dionysus was intoxicating, yes, but it could also lead one to the edge of despair. He felt the pull towards that precipice, the sweet call of ultimate freedom that could come at a price. Would he emerge from the madness whole, or would he be lost to it forever? In the flickering light, he glanced at Callista, who danced as if possessed. The fire of her spirit ignited something within him, a longing to experience that same liberation. But the shadows whispered warnings, tales of those who had lost their way, who had drunk too deeply from the cup of Dionysian ecstasy. The fear clawed at him, a tangible reminder of the world he would leave behind. As the night deepened into a swirl of colors and sounds, the crowd shifted, the drumming intensified, a heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. The Bacchae, frenzied and wild, began to chant. Their voices escalated, a cacophony of yearning that reached for the heavens. They wanted to transcend their lives, to become one with the divine madness that Dionysus offered. And in that moment of collective desperation, the boundaries of individuality dissolved. Callista felt it. The pulse of energy surged through her, begging for release. She twirled and laughed, her heart soaring as she let go of her fears, her insecurities. Freedom was within her grasp, but it demanded everything. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the rhythm, feeling the earth beneath her feet, alive with the spirits of those who danced before her, ancient souls who had once celebrated in the same way, yearning for liberation. Then, out of the chaos, a voice broke through, the voice of a seer, wrinkled and wise, who had witnessed the rise and fall of many who sought the freedom of Dionysus. "Beware the madness that consumes," she warned, her voice weaving through the ecstatic cries. In the path to liberation, one must not forget the ground beneath their feet. Her words echoed like a warning bell, resonating in the hearts of the revelers, but in their intoxication, most chose to ignore it. With each beat of the drum, the air shimmered thick with anticipation and dread. The dancers spun faster, and the line between ecstasy and destruction faded further. Lysander felt the tug of madness, the sweet allure of letting go entirely. He wanted to scream, to join the wildness that enveloped them all. In that moment, both Callista and Lysander stood at the precipice of their existence, the energy of the crowd drawing them closer to the edge. The promise of freedom hung tantalizingly in the air, intoxicating and dangerous, as they struggled to decide, would they leap into the abyss or cling to the safety of the known? And as the night wore on, they knew the answer lay not only in the frenzy of the dance, but in the choices they made when the music faded and the last flicker of torchlight extinguished. The ghosts of past revelers whispered to them, their voices lost in the wind, urging them to remember that true liberation, while thrilling, always came with the shadows of madness lurking at its edges. A wild storm raged in the heavens, lightning splitting the sky as thunder roared in a primal rhythm. Beneath this celestial fury, the earth heaved, and from its depths, life surged forth. In this moment, the essence of creation and destruction intertwined, not as enemies, but as lovers in an eternal dance, a reflection of the great god Dionysus, whose very being embodied this duality. In ancient times, tales of Dionysus echoed through the valleys of Greece, where the air thrummed with the pulse of festivity and the shadows of darker rites. He was not merely the god of wine and revelry, he was the embodiment of life's raw and tumultuous spirit. His laughter was the sound of joyous celebration, while his tears carried the weight of profound sorrow. In every vine that bore fruit, in every drop of wine spilled upon the ground, he whispered secrets of creation and destruction, of ecstasy and despair. As the festival of Dionysian mysteries approached, villagers adorned themselves with ivy and roses, their faces painted with earth and joy. Music filled the air, a melody that pulled at the heartstrings, weaving through the crowd like an ancient spell. Yet beneath this joy lay an undercurrent of fear and reverence. Dionysus, with his intoxicating charm, could uplift the spirits of the weary, but he could just as easily unleash chaos upon the unprepared. In one village, nestled among the hills, a young woman named Callista stood transfixed at the edge of the celebration. She felt the pull of the god's essence, his wild spirit, beckoning her to join the fray, but she was haunted by dreams, dark visions of abandonment and loss that clutched at her heart. These dreams whispered to her, revealing the other face of Dionysus, the god who tore apart families and shattered lives when his hunger for devotion went unfulfilled. As the night deepened, the mood shifted. The revelers, once joyous, began to sway erratically, caught in an ecstatic frenzy. Callista watched, spellbound, as a group of young men, intoxicated by wine and wildness, began to chant the sacred verses of Dionysus. Their voices climbed higher, as if reaching for the heavens, yet their eyes gleamed with a manic light that sent shivers down her spine. She knew that in their euphoria lay the seeds of destruction, a line so thin it could snap at any moment. With a sudden roar, a great figure emerged from the shadows, dressed in animal skins, hair wild and unkempt, embodying the spirit of the god himself. Dionysus danced among them, his movements fluid and powerful, igniting the air with fervor. The crowd surged toward him, caught in the spell of his energy, each person craving his touch, his blessing. Yet Callista remained at the periphery, her heart racing not from excitement but fear. The very essence of the god demanded a price, and she felt the weight of the stories passed down through generations, the tales of those who had lost themselves in his ecstasy, forever changed by the experience. Just as the joy reached a fever pitch, a sudden shift swept through the crowd. The air thickened, and an uneasy tension crackled like static electricity. Dionysus, in all his glorious chaos, sensed the fragility of the moment. The revelers, once united in joyous abandon, began to split into factions, their laughter turning to shouts of anger. The beauty of creation, of life bursting forth with vigor, was now threatened by the shadows of jealousy and rage. In that instant, Callista felt the earth tremble beneath her feet. She understood the truth that lay before her. Creation and destruction were not separate, but intertwined. They were two sides of the same coin, and Dionysus was its bearer. Would she succumb to the intoxicating thrill of the celebration, or would she maintain her distance, guarding her heart against potential despair? As she contemplated her choices, a piercing scream sliced through the night. One of the young men, caught in the frenzy, had stumbled and fallen, his head striking the ground with a sickening thud. The revelers paused, their laughter freezing in their throats as horror washed over them. In that moment, the joy dissolved, revealing the darker aspect of Dionysus, a reminder of how quickly creation could spiral into destruction. Callista felt the pull of the crowd as chaos erupted. Some rushed to help the fallen man, while others turned on one another, their eyes wild with panic. The music transformed into a discordant wail, Mirroring the turmoil that now gripped the village, Dionysus, ever the unpredictable god, danced amid the chaos, his laughter echoing like thunder, both a celebration and a lament. In the distance, the moon, full and bright, cast a ghostly light over the scene. Callista could feel its cool rays on her skin, as if urging her to make a choice. The duality of the night weighed heavily on her, and she understood that the essence of Dionysus was not to be feared but embraced. To partake in his creation was to accept the risk of destruction, an exhilarating dance of life that demanded both courage and vulnerability. In a fleeting moment she stepped forward, drawn into the tumult. The air buzzed with energy, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of the god. The villagers, once strangers bound only by circumstance, became a tapestry of souls intertwined in the dance of life. Dionysus watched, his eyes glimmering with approval, as Callista surrendered to the wild rhythm, allowing herself to feel every joy and every sorrow in its rawest form. As the crowd swayed, she felt the intoxicating taste of wine upon her lips, the sweet embrace of life's nectar pulsing through her veins. Yet she remained acutely aware of the razor's edge that lay beneath the surface. The revelry could turn at any moment, just as the storm had turned in the heavens above. Destruction lingered, waiting in the shadows, ready to reclaim its due. In that swirling mass of joy and despair, Callista became acutely aware of the duality that was Dionysus. Creation and destruction would forever dance together, inseparable, like the vine that flourished as storms raged around it. And so, she twirled beneath the moonlight, surrendering her heart to the wildness of the night, knowing that in doing so, she would forever be part of this eternal cycle. The storm within her mirrored the storm above, and the celebration roared on, an everlasting testament to the complexity of life itself. The sky darkened as the first notes of distant flutes drifted through the air, echoing across ancient hills where the wild vines twisted and turned under the weight of ripening grapes. In the shadows of towering temples, where the scent of wine mingled with the fragrance of spring blossoms, there was always a hint of mischief. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, had a way of creeping into the hearts of men and women alike, stirring passions that often lay dormant. He was not merely a figure from the past, he was a pulse, a heartbeat, a whisper that would echo through countless ages. In the days that followed the fall of the mighty Greek Empire, his essence never faded. It transformed, entwining itself with the very fabric of literature. Poets and playwrights dipped their quills in the nectar of inspiration he provided. The Romans, with their vast conquests, eagerly adapted his myths, breathing new life into the tales of revelry and chaos that surrounded him. They painted him not just as a god, but as a symbol of freedom, a wild spirit that challenged the rigidity of societal norms. The laughter of the Bacchae reverberated through the streets of ancient Rome as playwrights handled the tales of Dionysus with both reverence and fear. Euripides' The Bacchae captured his dual nature, the benevolent giver of joy and the fearsome bringer of madness. The audience felt a shiver of anticipation as they watched the story unfold, an exhilarating ride that tugged at the edges of sanity. The clashing of cymbals and the frantic movements of the Maenads, driven mad by their devotion, painted a vivid image of ecstasy tinged with danger. Dionysus became a mirror reflecting the complexities of human emotion, a reminder that joy can quickly spiral into chaos. As centuries rolled by, the Renaissance brought a renewed fascination with the ancient world. Artists and writers, enchanted by the lush tales of Dionysus, sought to weave him into their works. In the vibrant paintings of Titian, he appeared as a handsome, exuberant figure, draped in vines, surrounded by revelers lost in delight. The brushstrokes captured not just the appearance of the god, but the very essence of exuberance he represented. Literature flourished alongside art, where Shakespeare dipped into Dionysian themes in plays like A Midsummer Night's Dream. The wildness of love and the intoxication of desire danced through the verses, capturing the spirit of Dionysus in a celebration of the unpredictable nature of life. Yet with every celebration came a shadow. The romantic poets, intoxicated by the spirit of nature and the depths of human emotion, also found themselves drawn to the darker aspects of Dionysus. Wordsworth and Coleridge, in their search for truth, acknowledged the sorrow that often accompanied ecstasy. The wild abandon of Dionysian revelry could lead to despair, a haunting reminder that the line between joy and sorrow is painfully thin. As they penned their verses, the emotional weight of their words hung heavy in the air, like the lingering scent of wine on the lips of a reveler. The 19th century pulsed with new energy as the world danced to the rhythm of change. In this era, Nietzsche boldly proclaimed Dionysus versus Apollo, presenting a philosophical battle of order and chaos. He saw Dionysus as the embodiment of instinct and passion, a force that challenged the very foundations of reason. The thrill of chaos, the beauty of emotional turmoil, it was all part of the divine tapestry woven around the god. Writers and thinkers, inspired by this notion, began to explore the depths of human experience, creating works that would linger in the minds of readers for generations. The 20th century brought with it a tempest of innovation and rebellion. The surrealists, intoxicated by dreams and subconscious thoughts, reached back to Dionysian themes, embracing the irrational. André Breton saw in Dionysus a spirit that broke free from the constraints of daily life, a call to embrace the wildness within. The muses of this era turned their backs on convention, much like the Maenads who danced under the moonlight in ecstatic abandon. The pages of literature became a playground for the chaotic, where sensations flooded the senses and reality blurred into something more profound. Even as the world turned toward modernity, Dionysus continued to whisper in the ears of writers in every corner of the globe, from the passionate outpourings of Latin American magical realism to the stark, haunting imagery of contemporary poetry. His essence seeped into the words. He became a symbol of liberation, a reminder that in the struggle against oppression, joy and sorrow often coexisted. The emotional landscape he inhabited became a canvas for artists who sought to paint the complexities of human existence. In the 21st century, Dionysus has not been forgotten. He stands as a testament to the relentless nature of creativity, a spirit flickering just beneath the surface of contemporary literature. Authors write of his influence in sprawling narratives that blend reality with fantasy, capturing the essence of life's dualities. The rhythms of modern prose dance to the beat of ancient drums, echoing the laughter of revelers and the haunting cries of those lost in excess. As society grapples with its own demons, addiction, joy, despair, Dionysus serves as both a warning and a celebration. The stories continue to flow and swell, a river of emotions that never quite reaches a shore. Each generation adds its voice to the chorus, weaving new threads into the rich tapestry of Dionysian lore. In the quiet moments of reflection and in the wild bursts of creativity, he remains a constant reminder that within the intoxication of life, the dance of joy and sorrow is eternal, waiting for the next storyteller to bring him back to life under the stars. An invitation lingers in the air, a promise that the spirit of Dionysus will forever fuel the fires of imagination. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow that danced upon the earth. In this light, shadows morphed into figures, flickering like the flames of a forgotten bonfire. Laughter echoed in the distance, deep and resonant, a melody of abandon that lured the soul. It was a time when humanity surrendered to the primal call of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and unrestrained joy. He beckoned with a promise, freedom from the mundane, a taste of the divine, hidden within the ordinary. As the rhythm of drums pulsed through the air, hearts quickened, and bodies moved as if possessed by an unseen force. In the crowded amphitheaters of ancient Greece, men and women would gather, their spirits ignited by the presence of Dionysus. They wore masks adorned with wild vines and grapes, transforming into creatures of revelry. This was not merely entertainment, it was a ritual, an escape that transcended the everyday struggles of life. Those who participated felt a powerful release, as if the shackles of their existence had been shattered, leaving only raw emotion. But what lay beneath this wave of ecstasy? The psychological landscape of such experiences was vast and complex, a juxtaposition of chaos and clarity. The thrill of losing oneself in the rapture of the moment could lead to profound insights, or plunge one into the depths of despair. The human mind is a labyrinth, and in those Dionysian nights, it was as if every corridor had been flung open, revealing both the light and the shadow that danced within. Consider the ancient poet Euripides, who captured this duality in his tragic works. His characters often teetered on the brink of madness, embodying the struggle between reason and instinct. Dionysian experiences were not simply celebrations, they were confrontations with the self, a clash of the civilized and the instinctual. The thrill of liberation could quickly turn to terror as the participants faced their inner demons. The ecstatic dance became a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and desires. On those moonlit nights, the wine flowed like a river, and with it came the courage to voice what lay buried in the depths of one's heart. Secrets spilled forth, painted vividly in the air, confessions turned into songs, sorrow transformed into laughter, and fear danced hand in hand with joy. The psychological impact of these experiences lingered, like the aftertaste of fine wine, sweet yet bittersweet, intoxicating yet sobering. In the throes of this emotional tempest, some found themselves liberated, while others were consumed. A woman, her spirit ablaze with the fervor of the feast, might have danced with abandon, feeling the weight of her worries evaporate. But for another, the same celebration could evoke the shadows of regret, memories clawing at the edges of consciousness, reminding them of what had been lost. Each heartbeat echoed the struggle between liberation and entrapment, a fine line that could tip in an instant. The mysteries of Dionysian experiences stretched beyond mere revelry. They were an exploration of the psyche, where the ecstatic and the chaotic intertwined. In these moments, people felt not just alive but connected, woven together in a tapestry of shared emotions, collective consciousness. The psychological effect was profound. The boundaries of self dissolved, and individuals became part of a larger whole, a chorus of human experience. As the night deepened, the air thick with the scent of wine and wildflowers, the participants found themselves on the edge of something greater. They were explorers of their own souls, navigating the stormy seas of desire and fear. Each laugh, each scream, a testament to the complexity of human emotion. The Dionysian experience was an invitation to confront the question, what does it mean to be truly alive? Amidst the swirling chaos, there were moments of stillness too. A solitary figure, standing apart from the festivities, could be seen gazing into the fire, eyes reflecting the flames. For them, the noise faded away, revealing a deeper truth nestled in the quiet. The psychological interpretation of these experiences lay in the tension between the chaos of communal ecstasy and the serenity of solitary reflection. As dawn approached, the revelers would begin to tire, the adrenaline giving way to exhaustion. Yet the echoes of the night would linger, haunting and beautiful, shaping their dreams and waking thoughts. The psychological impact was like a seed planted deep within the soul, one that would flourish or wither, depending on how it was nurtured. With the first rays of sunlight stretching across the horizon, the memories of the Dionysian night would remain, an indelible mark on their consciousness. Every laughter, every tear shed under the moonlight became a part of their story, a psychological tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow. In that fleeting moment of connection and chaos, they had tasted something extraordinary. And yet, as the sun rose, reality would beckon them back, leaving them to grapple with the questions that lingered like ghosts in their minds. What does it mean to lose oneself? To surrender to the wild dance of Dionysus? Was it a blessing or a curse? The answers would come slowly, like the soft light of dawn creeping into a darkened room. They would reflect on the sensations, the emotions, and the chaotic beauty of the night, piecing together their experiences in the light of reason. Each moment would ripple through their lives, shaping their understanding of joy, love, and despair. And so, the dance continued. The echoes of the Dionysian experience resonated in the hearts of those who dared to listen, a reminder that the path to understanding oneself is often paved with wild abandon. This was not an end, but rather a continuation, the beginning of a deeper exploration into the human psyche, where every heartbeat could resonate with joy and sorrow, entwined like the vines of the god himself. In the flickering light of torches, shadows danced on the ancient stone walls of Thebes, where the air hummed with anticipation. The wild beat of drums echoed through the night as the festival of Dionysus unfolded, a celebration that was not merely about wine and revelry, but about the intoxicating power of transformation. It was a time when the line between the human and the divine blurred, and the spirit of the earth surged up, awakening something primal and beautiful within everyone who dared to partake. Dionysus, the god of wine, fertility, and ecstasy, stood at the center of it all. Yet he was more than just a figure of excess. He embodied the essence of the divine feminine, an energy that flowed through the veins of the earth, nurturing life and chaos in equal measure. His presence was electric, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered crowds, who felt the intoxicating pull of his dual nature. He was a god who wore both male and female masks, reflecting the complexity of existence itself, a being who reveled in the beauty of contradictions. Clad in a robe of vines and grapes, Dionysus transcended gender, creating a sacred space where everyone could feel safe to explore their own identities. The followers, known as Maenads, were not mere disciples. They were dynamic forces of nature, embodying passionate freedom as they danced under the moonlight. Their hair flowed like wild rivers, adorned with laurel and ivy, their laughter ringing out like the sweetest of melodies. They moved with a fervor that captivated anyone watching, a testament to the ecstatic power of the divine feminine awakened within them. As the night deepened, the tension in the air thickened. Dionysus did not just inspire joy, he stirred something darker and more profound. The ecstatic abandon of his followers could twist into madness, much like the vines that could bear both fruit and thorns. Dionysus understood this duality intimately. He was the liberator and the destroyer. His laughter could ignite the heart, yet also send tremors of fear into the soul. The Maenads, in their frenzy, mirrored this dynamic, their joyous shouts sometimes teetering on the edge of wildness, threatening to unleash a storm of chaos upon the land. In the stories whispered by candlelight, there was a myth that wrapped itself around Dionysus like a vine around a tree. It spoke of his birth, how he was torn from his mother's womb and sewn into Zeus's thigh, emerging not only as a god, but as a living testament to resurrection and rebirth. This tale echoed the eternal cycle of life that women have carried since the dawn of time, of creation, loss, and renewal. The divine feminine coursed through him, granting him the power to transform not just himself, but the very landscape of the world around him. In this charged atmosphere, the women who followed him felt the surge of their own femininity rise like a tidal wave, a force that demanded recognition and respect. They were not passive vessels. They were the embodiment of life itself, fierce and untamed, channeling the spirit of the goddess through their ecstatic dances. Dionysus nurtured this power, inviting women to reclaim their voices and their stories, to step into a space where they could celebrate their strength without fear. The night reached its zenith when the ground vibrated with a primal rhythm, and the crowd surged forward, caught in a collective heartbeat. Dionysus, standing at the epicenter, raised his arms, and the air crackled with enchantment. In that moment, he transformed from a god into a force of nature, and the divine feminine unleashed itself in an explosion of color and sound. It was a dance of liberation, a symphony of voices rising to the heavens, demanding to be heard. But with this power came responsibility. The goddess within each one of them held the wisdom to create, but also the strength to destroy. Dionysus understood that too. He guided his followers through the storm, showing them that true divinity lay in balance, the need to embrace both light and dark. As the fervor of the dance intensified, the Maenads teetered between ecstasy and madness, the line blurring in the intoxicating haze. With every thunderous clap of the drums, the energy pulsed through the crowd like wildfire, igniting hidden desires and forgotten dreams. Faces glistened with sweat and exhilaration as a sacred frenzy enveloped them. Yet, in the quieter moments between the wild shouts and joyous cries, a deeper truth lay waiting. Dionysus was not just a god of wine. He was a mirror reflecting the complexities of the human experience. In the shadows, the stories of his journey began to merge with the stories of the women who danced, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and history. His lovers, like Ariadne, were not mere companions. They were fierce embodiments of the divine feminine, each with their own tale of strength and sacrifice intertwined with his. They knew intimacy not just as a physical union, but as a merging of spirits, a recognition of shared power and vulnerability. As dawn approached, the first light brushed the horizon, casting golden rays over the revelers. The air, still thick with the remnants of wine and freedom, carried with it the promise of a new day. Yet, even as the sun rose, illuminating the earth, the essence of the night lingered like a sweet aftertaste. The vision of Dionysus and his Maenads remained etched in the hearts and minds of those who had participated, a reminder that the spirit of the divine feminine would continue to thrive, waiting for its next moment to burst forth like spring after a long winter. And so, as the festival faded into memory, the stories of Dionysus and the women who danced with him would continue to ripple through time, waiting silently for the next generation to breathe life back into them, to ignite the spark of the divine feminine once more. The cycle would continue, forever intertwined with the pulse of the earth, always calling those brave enough to listen. The flickering lights of a small theater cast long shadows on the walls. As the audience settles into their seats, anticipation crackling in the air. On screen, a figure draped in ivy and grape leaves dances wildly, laughter echoing like a siren's call. The intoxicating spirit of Dionysus, the ancient god of wine and revelry, teases the senses, reminding everyone that art has the power to shake the foundations of reality. This is not just a film, it's a ritual, a communion with the divine chaos that the god embodies. Through the lens of modern cinema, Dionysus emerges in countless forms, from the wild, chaotic energy of films like The Wolf of Wall Street to the haunting beauty of Black Swan. His essence pulsates beneath the surface. The characters in these stories often tread the line between ecstasy and despair, reveling in hedonistic pleasures only to spiral into madness. The duality of pleasure and pain, a hallmark of Dionysian myth, captures the viewer's imagination, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. In the realm of art, the influence of Dionysus is equally potent. The brushstrokes of Van Gogh capture the raw emotion of a night out in the countryside, laden with swirling stars and vibrant colors that seem to dance on the canvas. Like Dionysus himself, these artworks invite the viewer to step closer, to lose themselves in the beauty and chaos. The swirling patterns and vivid colors evoke feelings of joy, but also a deep, haunting melancholy that lingers long after the eyes have moved on. The beauty is intoxicating, and one cannot help but feel drawn into the emotional whirlwind that Dionysus represents. The legacy of Dionysus doesn't stop at the colors on a canvas or the scenes flickering on a screen. It seeps into the very fabric of modern culture. Music festivals, with their pulsating beats and kaleidoscopic visuals, mirror the ancient celebrations held in his honor. The ecstatic dance, the wild abandon, the communal joy of being lost in a moment, all harken back to those ancient rites. In those moments, people become something greater than themselves, united in experience, shedding the weight of the everyday. Even in the world of theater, the echoes of Dionysus ring true. Take, for instance, the powerful performances of plays like The Bacchae by Euripides, where the god himself returns to claim his rightful place among mortals. Each actor immerses themselves in the essence of chaos and ecstasy, ensuring that the audience feels the pulse of something ancient and primal. It's more than just a performance, it's a revival of the sacred and the profane, where the audience can revel in their own duality, grappling with the light and dark within themselves. The tension builds as films delve deeper into the psyche of their characters. One can feel the heartbeat of Dionysus in the shadows of Fight Club, where a man grapples with identity and freedom, leading a double life that culminates in chaos and destruction. The allure of losing control, of breaking free from societal norms, resonates with the spirit of the god, who embodies liberation through madness. Just as Dionysus led his followers into ecstatic abandon, so too do the characters of modern tales find themselves at the edge of reason. And then there are the haunting visuals of directors like Guillermo del Toro, who crafts worlds where fantasy and horror coexist. His films reflect the darker aspects of the Dionysian spirit, revealing beauty in the grotesque and enticing viewers to confront their fears. The monstrous and the divine dance together in his narratives, challenging the audience to consider what it means to embrace the complexity of life. The stories unfold like a dream filled with vibrant colors and haunting shadows that linger in the mind long after the credits roll. The camera pans to a group of friends gathered around a bonfire, laughter spilling across the night sky, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. They're lost in the moment, just as the ancient Greeks once were during their Dionysian festivals. The impact is visceral. One can almost feel the warmth of the fire and the pulse of the music, drawing them into a space of pure joy, only to be interrupted by a sudden, jarring twist. A revelation emerges, reminding them of their fragility in the face of ecstasy, a reminder that pleasure often walks hand in hand with pain. In the world of visual art, contemporary artists draw on the mythos of Dionysus to challenge societal norms. The bold works of artists like Kehinde Wiley depict figures wrapped in the divine chaos of color and movement, subverting traditional representations and celebrating the multifaceted nature of identity. Each piece tells a story that echoes the themes of freedom, identity, and the celebration of life itself, urging viewers to confront their own narratives. As the screen shifts to a montage of scenes, wild parties, quiet moments of reflection, and the unexpected beauty found in chaos, the audience feels a rush of emotions. The legacy of Dionysus is woven into the very fabric of these modern stories, urging individuals to embrace the fullness of their experience. The tension between joy and despair, chaos and order, resonates deeply, leaving a lingering sense that something profound is at play. The lights dim as the story unfolds, the camera lingering on the faces of characters who embody the Dionysian spirit. Each expression tells a tale of longing and desire, of searching for something beyond the mundane. Like the ancient followers of the god, they dance with abandon, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, reminding the audience that life itself is a celebration. And so the stories continue, flowing like wine from a goblet, rich and intoxicating, echoing the ancient cries of joy and sorrow that Dionysus once inspired. In this vibrant tapestry of film and art, the legacy of Dionysus breathes life into the modern world, a constant reminder of the beauty found in chaos and the joy that comes from embracing one's true self. The journey through these narratives is never-ending, a continuous loop of emotions, beckoning the audience to lose themselves in the dance once more. Even as the screen fades to black, the spirit of the god lingers, igniting a spark that will never be extinguished, ensuring that the story continues, forever intertwined with the human experience. Under a tapestry of stars, the air buzzed with anticipation, whispering secrets of ages long past. A crowd gathered, a sea of humanity, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, shadows dancing like spirits freed from their earthly bonds. It was a night for celebration, a night for Dionysus, the god who embodied not just wine and revelry, but the very essence of ecstasy itself. The scent of ripe grapes hung heavy in the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of incense, promising a transcendental experience that would breach the mundane and lead souls towards something greater. As the first strains of music floated through the night, a pulse of energy surged through the crowd. The drums thudded like a heartbeat, drawing them closer together, mingling their emotions, their lives, their destinies. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, they would surrender. For Dionysus was not merely a deity of drunken debauchery, he was a harbinger of liberation, the guide to ecstatic states where pain and joy intertwined in a divine dance. His mysteries were ancient, shrouded in tales of transformation and transcendence, where the lines between the self and the universe blurred until only pure experience remained. In the throng, there were those who sought escape, weary from the burdens of daily life. Each sip of wine was a promise of relief, a chance to shed the skin of expectation and fear. With every cup raised, hands intertwined, laughter erupted like fireworks bursting in the night sky. They were alive, intoxicatingly so, and yet somewhere in that collective euphoria lay a deeper yearning, a desire to touch something beyond the surface. They craved transcendence, a glimpse of the divine that lay beyond the veil of their ordinary existence. As the night deepened, the rituals began. The participants were encouraged to cast off their inhibitions, to dance as if no one were watching. They moved with abandon, their bodies swaying to the rhythm of the universe, each heartbeat synchronized with the wild pulse of the earth itself. The music swelled, filled with wild notes and haunting melodies that echoed the cries of ancient revelers. And suddenly, they were not just individuals. They were a living tapestry, woven together by shared experience and primal ecstasy. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in the garb of Dionysus, his eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom. He lifted a chalice high, calling upon the spirits of the past to join this celebration of life. With each word, he wove a spell that enveloped the crowd, urging them to let go of all earthly ties and surrender to the experience. It was a moment of pure magic, a point where time itself seemed to stand still. In that heartbeat, they were not just humans, but part of something larger, something eternal and profound. The energy ramped up, a wave crashing over them as they moved through the frenzy of the night. Tears flowed freely, laughter erupted in pure joy, and yet, amid the chaos, profound stillness emerged. In those moments where voices rose in ecstatic harmony, one could sense the ancient wisdom coursing through the veins of every participant. Dionysus had gifted them more than just drunken abandon. He had shown them the path to unity, where every soul sang its own tune yet contributed to an awe-inspiring symphony. As the night pressed on, the boundaries of self began to dissolve. For some, visions danced in their minds, colors swirling like paint on a canvas, experiences layered one on top of another until clarity emerged from chaos. Memories and dreams intertwined, each moment a fleeting glimpse of something sacred. They felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, the thrum of creation vibrating through the air, and in that sacred space, ecstasy became a profound understanding of existence. In a corner of the gathering, a woman stood still, overwhelmed by the energy that enveloped her. She had come seeking solace, but what she found was more than she anticipated. As the celebration surged around her, she closed her eyes and surrendered to the music. It was in that surrender that she felt a shift, a connection to something beyond herself, something ancient and wise. She could almost hear the whispers of countless souls who had danced under the same stars, lost in the same rapture. The experience was not hers alone. It belonged to every seeker, every worshipper who had dared to embrace the chaotic beauty of being alive. The festival reached its climax, voices rising in a crescendo that echoed against the mountains. It was a celebration of life, death, and rebirth, an acknowledgement of the cycle that unites us all. And in that moment, every heart beat as one, an overwhelming tide of emotion crashing over them, binding them in an invisible thread of shared ecstasy. Dionysus smiled down upon them, a knowing look in his eyes, as if to say that he had not just given them a night of celebration, but a glimpse into the very nature of existence itself. The music softened, yet the energy remained palpable. The revelers, now exhausted but exhilarated, began to find their way back to reality, their souls washed in an experience that would linger long after the night had faded. But even as they slowly disengaged from the blissful chaos, there remained an echo of something deeper, a promise that the journey was far from over. For in the wake of Dionysus, a new understanding dawned. The philosophy of ecstasy was not merely about the highs of life, but about embracing the full spectrum of the human experience. It was an invitation to live boldly, to honor every joy and sorrow, and to realize that within each moment lies the potential for transcendence. The crowd, now tethered by their shared experiences, felt an unspoken call to continue this exploration, to seek out the ecstatic in their everyday lives. And just as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the world in soft hues of pink and gold, a new chapter unfolded. The spirit of Dionysus lingered, whispering into their hearts and minds, inviting them to carry forth the lessons learned in the wild embrace of ecstasy. It was a call to find joy in the mundane, to dance in the rain, to raise their voices in song, and to live as if every moment was a celebration worthy of the divine. As the sun broke free from the horizon, bathing everything in its warm glow, the promise of new beginnings shimmered in the air, a reminder that, like the cycle of seasons, the dance of life would continue, each step a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. And so, the lingering echoes of Dionysus beckoned them forward, a gentle nudge toward the next experience that awaited in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. A single glass of wine glimmers under the soft glow of candlelight, its rich, ruby hue swirling like the stories of ages past. This is not just a drink, it's a vessel for memories, a bridge connecting generations. As the liquid dances in the glass, it carries whispers of laughter, tears, and toasts made in celebration or sorrow. From the ancient vineyards of Mesopotamia to the grand castles of Europe, wine has woven itself into the very fabric of human existence, becoming much more than mere sustenance. In ancient Egypt, wine was a luxury reserved for the elite, a divine gift from the gods. Pharaohs sipped from ornate goblets, believing that the nectar held the power to connect them with the divine. It was not uncommon for tombs to be filled with jars of wine, a silent promise of pleasure in the afterlife. The aroma of fermented grapes mingled with the scents of incense, creating a sacred atmosphere where life and death intertwined. Each sip was a prayer, a moment to honor the gods and the cycles of nature. Fast forward to the vineyards of Greece, where Dionysus, the god of wine, roamed the earth. Festivals erupted in his name, filled with music, dance, and uninhibited joy. Wine was the focal point, a catalyst for connection as people gathered to celebrate life, art, and the very essence of existence. The Greek playwrights knew the power of wine, often weaving it into their tragedies and comedies, illustrating how a simple drink could ignite passion, betrayal, and profound wisdom. The expression of joy, sorrow, and everything in between found a home within the depths of a glass. As the sun set on the Roman Empire, wine transitioned from sacred rituals to everyday life. Romans cultivated vineyards across their vast empire, their love for wine echoing through the ages. It was no longer solely for the elite. Wine became a symbol of hospitality, a way to welcome guests into one's home. The shared experience of raising a cup fostered friendships and alliances, sealing deals and promises with every clink of glass. Weddings were incomplete without wine, as couples poured their dreams and hopes into the chalice, promising to nurture their union with love as deep as the wine itself. Traveling through the centuries, the Middle Ages brought with it a tapestry of both hardship and hope. Monasteries became the sanctuaries of wine production, where monks tended to the vineyards with reverence. With each grape harvested, they produced not just wine, but spiritual sustenance. The act of winemaking was a form of devotion, a labor of love that transformed the mundane into the miraculous. The ritual of sharing wine during Mass became a profound symbol of faith, linking the earthly with the divine. Each sip held the promise of redemption, a reminder that no matter how far one strayed, grace was always within reach. The Renaissance ignited a flame of creativity and exploration. Wine was at the forefront of lavish gatherings, where artists, poets, and thinkers convened to spark new ideas and ignite revolutions. The famed Medici family of Florence hosted banquets that shimmered with the finest wines, their tables adorned with fresh fruits and exquisite delicacies. Conversations flowed as freely as the wine, blurring the lines between genius and madness, hope and despair. Each toast celebrated life's fleeting nature, a reminder that joy is often found in the simplest of moments. Shared laughter over a bottle, the warmth of companionship, and the thrill of inspiration. As the world turned, the Age of Enlightenment brought forth a new appreciation for the nuances of wine. The French, with their majestic vineyards, became the stewards of wine culture, defining what it meant to save a life. They crafted intricate pairings, elevating meals to art forms. Wine became a language of its own, a way to express passion, sophistication, and connection. The act of uncorking a bottle transformed into a ritual, an anticipation that hung heavy in the air as glasses were filled and hearts opened. Fast forward to the tumultuous times of the 20th century, where wine became a symbol of rebellion and freedom. The Prohibition era in the United States saw clandestine gatherings where wine flowed in secrecy, a bold act against the constraints imposed by society. Those who dared to sip from forbidden goblets became part of a movement that celebrated individuality and defiance. Wine was an emblem of hope, a reminder that joy could be found even in the darkest of times. Today, wine continues to evolve, adapting to the rhythms of modern life while still echoing its rich history. It serves as a backdrop for countless milestones, weddings, anniversaries, and intimate dinners. It brings strangers together, sparking conversations that linger long after the last drop is poured. The simple act of sharing a bottle has the power to break down barriers, fostering bonds that transcend language and culture. In every corner of the world, from the bustling streets of Buenos Aires to the tranquil hills of Tuscany, wine flows like a river of memories, threading through our lives with undeniable significance. It captures the essence of who we are, a reflection of our joys and our struggles. Each vintage tells a story, a snapshot of a particular moment in time, inviting us to savor not only the flavors, but also the memories bound within. As the glass is raised once more, hearts swell with emotion, and the room fills with laughter and clinking glasses. The night stretches on, each sip steeped in history. Every moment a reminder that wine is not just a drink, but a legacy of humanity. It calls forth feelings of joy, nostalgia, and connection, binding us to those who came before and those who will come after. The tales of wine are intertwined with our own, echoing through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of culture and tradition. And as the candle flickers, casting shadows on the walls, it becomes clear that the story of wine is far from over. It is a continuous loop, a cycle that will forever bind us in the shared experiences of life. The vibrant colors of the parade pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth itself, each thump resonating in the bones of those who gathered. The air was thick with anticipation, a blend of laughter, music, and the heady aroma of wine that seemed to seep into the very fabric of the crowd. As night fell, the flickering torches cast long shadows over faces painted with joy and abandon, faces that echoed centuries of tradition. It was here, in this moment, that the ancient Dionysian festivals found new life, a celebration of ecstasy and chaos that once drew thousands to the temples of ancient Greece. At the center of the festivities stood a towering effigy of Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. Crowned with ivy and grapes, his wooden form swaying gently as if caught in a dance with the wind. This was no mere statue, it was a vessel for the spirit of celebration, an invitation to embrace the wildness within. In the distance, the sound of flutes and drums swirled like a tempest, pulling people closer to the heart of the celebration. These modern interpretations of the ancient festivals breathed a fresh vigor into the age-old traditions, inviting all to participate, to lose themselves for just a moment in something greater than themselves. As the night deepened, the performers began their dance, adorned in colorful costumes that shimmered under the moonlight. With every step, they conjured the spirit of the Maenads, the frenzied followers of Dionysus, whose ecstatic dances were said to free the soul from the constraints of society. The rhythm of their movements was intoxicating, drawing the onlookers into a trance-like state. It was a visceral reminder of the ancient celebrations, where the world faded away, leaving only unfiltered emotion and the primal urge to connect with something divine. In modern cities, these festivals have become a tapestry of different cultures, woven together by the common thread of celebration. There were elements from African drum circles, Latin rhythms, and even the electric beats of today's dance music. Each note, each beat, resonated with the spirit of Dionysus, a god who cherished diversity and the joy of human experience. People of all walks of life swayed together, losing themselves to the rhythm, their worries dissolving like sugar in wine. The laughter echoed through the streets, while the dance floor transformed into a sacred space, a modern-day temple where all were welcome. But the Dionysian spirit was not solely about joy and revelry. It had a darker, more challenging side. As the night wore on, the mood shifted. The performers veered into a more chaotic dance, embodying the raw, unsettling aspects of life that Dionysus also represented. The madness, the ecstasy, the confrontation with the untamed self. It was a powerful reminder that within the joy of celebration lies the acknowledgement of pain and vulnerability. The crowd gasped, shivered, and cheered as the performers transformed, their movements becoming wild, almost frenzied, a cathartic release that had been suppressed for too long. Scattered among the revelers were artists, philosophers, and dreamers, each carrying their own interpretations of what this festival meant to them. Some saw it as a call to reclaim their passions, a reminder that life is fleeting and should be celebrated with unabashed joy. Others viewed it as a protest against the monotony of daily existence, a necessary disruption in today's often suffocating world. As the night stretched on, conversations ignited like tiny fires, illuminating ideas and dreams that had long been buried beneath the weight of everyday life. And then the moment came, the climax of the evening. The crowd parted, and a collective breath was taken as fire dancers emerged, their forms spinning and twirling with flames that flickered like the very essence of life itself. They embodied the duality of the Dionysian spirit, creation and destruction, ecstasy and despair. The heat radiated toward the crowd, mixing with their palpable excitement, igniting a fervor that coursed through their veins. Every snap of the flames echoed the heartbeat of ancient rituals, where fire was not merely a spectacle but a sacred symbol of transformation and rebirth. As the flames danced higher, an epiphany hung in the air. Here, amid the chaos and the noise, lay a throbbing connection to the past. Each person present was like a thread in a rich tapestry that extended back to the vineyards of ancient Greece, where wine flowed freely and laughter filled the air. The spirit of Dionysus was alive in every heartbeat, every cheer, every tear shed in joy or sorrow. The modern interpretations of his festivals had become a bridge, linking generations and cultures in a shared celebration of life's complexities. In this space, the lines between the past and present blurred, creating a mosaic of experiences that stirred something primal in the depths of the human soul. Each participant became both a witness and a participant in a ritual that transcended time, a moment when the constraints of reality faded away. The echoes of ancient chants surfaced in the form of laughter and song, weaving a spell that held them all captive, urging them to surrender to the moment. As dawn approached, the first light of the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, signaling the end of the night's revelry. Yet, the energy lingered, wrapping itself around the crowd like a warm embrace. Conversations flowed easily, as if the rhythms of the festival had unlocked hidden treasures within each person, stories waiting to be shared. The echoes of laughter mingled with the whispers of hope, dreams taking flight, like the birds that danced above the awakening world. In this celebration, the spirit of Dionysus endured, reminding everyone that life is not just about the highs, but also the lows, and that within chaos lies the promise of renewal. The festival was a tapestry of all that it means to be human, a celebration of existence itself. And as the last notes faded into the morning air, the crowd remained, reluctant to let go of the magic that had enveloped them, their hearts still beating in sync with the rhythm of the night. Here, at the dawn of a new day, a promise lingered that the spirit of Dionysus would continue to thrive, calling forth the wildness within, urging all to dance, to celebrate, and to live. A soft breeze rustled the leaves of ancient olive trees, mingling with the vibrant laughter of festivity. Lanterns hung like stars from the branches, their warm glow casting dancing shadows on the ground. In the midst of this revelry stood Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, his presence a magnetic force that drew people closer, igniting their spirits. He wore a crown of ivy, his face flushed with joy, reveling in the adoration and wild abandon that surrounded him. Yet beneath that jubilant facade lay a story intertwined with the very essence of life and death, pleasure and pain. As Dionysus moved through the throng, glancing at those who surrendered themselves to the intoxicating atmosphere, he remembered the other mythical figures whose paths had crossed with his own. There was a tapestry woven with threads of triumph and tragedy, and among them, he stood uniquely, neither entirely divine nor fully mortal. His origins were a paradox, a god born of a mortal woman, Semele, and Zeus, the king of gods. That duality shaped his very being, allowing him to walk among men, sharing their joys and sorrows while also possessing divine power. In stark contrast to the sunlit merriment of the Dionysian festivals, lay the somber figure of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Her heart ached with loss, forever mourning her daughter Persephone, taken too soon into the underworld. In their shared mythology, Dionysus and Demeter danced a delicate waltz of life and death. Where Demeter brought forth the bounty of the earth, Dionysus invited the release of inhibitions, allowing people to forget their earthly troubles, if only for a moment. The vivid celebration of Dionysus was a reminder that amidst grief, joy could still bloom. Yet, not all connections were as harmonious. A shadow fell over the joyful scene when, recalling the fierce rivalry with Apollo, the god of light and reason. Apollo, with his perfect lyre and piercing gaze, represented order and logic, casting a critical eye on Dionysus's chaotic revelries. Their stories collided in a clash of philosophies, with Apollo believing in control and restraint, while Dionysus reveled in the wild freedom of madness. The tension between their opposing natures swirled in the air, igniting a frisson of excitement and danger. Each god represented a choice, echoing throughout the ages: the pursuit of pleasure or the path of discipline. Then there was Hermes, the trickster, a figure often seen flitting between the realms of gods and men. Hermes, with his quicksilver wit and cunning intellect, shared an unspoken bond with Dionysus. Both were itinerant figures, traversing boundaries and challenging norms. While Dionysus invited others to lose themselves in wine-soaked bliss, Hermes whispered secrets and brought messages of the divine. Together, they wove a narrative of transformation, an embrace of change in the face of the unyielding passage of time. Among the pantheon, however, it was the haunting connection with Hades that cast the most poignant shade over Dionysus's narrative. The dark god of the underworld, sitting eternally on his obsidian throne, held sway over the souls of the departed. In many tales, Dionysus was seen as a bridge, a guide through the blurred lines between life and death. His festivals, fueled by wine and dance, were not mere celebrations but also moments of catharsis, allowing people to confront their fears and embrace the inevitability of mortality. Dionysus and Hades shared a silent understanding, a deep respect forged in the knowledge of the cycle of existence. As the night deepened, a tension crackled in the air, as if the world held its collective breath. Stories of Dionysus's escapades echoed through the crowd, wild tales of his followers, the Maenads, dancing with abandon, their hair flowing like rivers of gold. They embodied his essence, surrendering entirely to the divine. Yet there were darker tales too, of madness and chaos unleashed when his followers strayed too far, leading to destruction and despair. Dionysus wielded the power to heal and to harm, a double-edged sword that cut through the very fabric of reality, and lurking in the shadows was the memory of Pentheus, the tragic king who dared to defy the god. His arrogance led to a grisly fate, a chilling reminder of the consequences of denying the primal forces within. The echoes of his screams resonated in the night, a vivid testament to the fact that the divine could not be tamed. The gods were not mere figures in stories, they were living, breathing entities, capable of wrath and mercy, joy and sorrow. As the laughter echoed and the music soared, the moon hung high above, casting a silvery light that illuminated the faces of those gathered. Dionysus, with his wild curls and bright eyes, embodied a force of nature, a reminder that existence was a beautiful chaos filled with contradictions. His laughter mingled with the cries of joy, a harmonious blend of light and shadow, life and death, weaving a narrative that would never truly end. With each passing moment, the night grew more vibrant, electric with the pulse of ancient stories and timeless truths. Dionysus, in his revelry, became both the catalyst and witness to the spectrum of human experience. The figures of myth danced around him, shaping his world and being shaped in return, all bound together by a thread of shared destiny. And as the final notes of the night began to fade and the first light of dawn crept in, the stories would continue, echoing like whispers on the wind. Each figure, each tale interwoven with Dionysus's own, pushed the boundaries of existence, drawing everyone deeper into the labyrinth of myth, where nothing was ever truly resolved. There would be more to come, more revelations and encounters, for in the realm of gods and mortals, the dance of life and death never ceased, and Dionysus would always be at its center. The air shimmers with a heady blend of honeyed wine and wildflower scents, wrapping around the senses like a warm embrace. In the flickering lamplight of a small stone temple, shadows dance against the ancient walls, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. A crowd gathered, their faces alight with an intoxicating mix of anticipation and reverence, feels the electric pulse of something greater than themselves. It's a night for revelry, for surrender, for the ecstatic embrace of Dionysus, the god whose laughter entwines with madness and joy, inviting them into realms uncharted. As the first notes of the lyre pierce the warm night air, the atmosphere thickens with an almost palpable energy. The dancers, adorned with ivy and grapes, move in a fluid rhythm, swaying with abandon. Each twist and turn is a story, a whisper of ancient mysteries. They are no longer mere mortals. They are vessels, channels of divine spirit, carried away by the intoxicating sound that seems to weave through their very souls. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, is not just a figure of myth. He is an experience, a force that grips the heart and pulls it into the throes of passion and revelation. His followers, known as Maenads, are women transformed by the intoxicating essence of the vine, spiraling into rapture, voices raised in wild song. In this moment, they taste the divine. They feel their spirits soar, leaving behind the weight of the world. Laughter rings out like a bell, bright and clear, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that lures even the most grounded souls into the chaos. In the midst of this celebration, a young woman named Callista stands on the fringes, her heart racing with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She's come seeking something she can't quite name, a yearning that gnaws at her insides, urging her to take a step closer, to surrender to the night. She watches as the Maenads spin in a wild frenzy, their eyes glazed with an otherworldly light, and she feels the whisper of possibility brush against her skin. It promises freedom, a release from the chains of her mundane life. As wine flows, inhibitions dissolve. The very fabric of reality seems to fray, exposing the vibrant pulse beneath. Callista takes a deep breath, the aroma of the grape-laden earth filling her senses. The intoxicating nectar slides down her throat, igniting a fire that warms her from within. Color blooms around her, the greens of the foliage seem more vivid. The laughter of her friends rings with a new clarity. She is teetering on the edge of awakening, the threshold of something grand and terrifying. In a moment of wild abandon, she joins the dancers, her body moving instinctively, guided by an unseen hand. The rhythm swells, and she loses herself in the cacophony of laughter and music. Whirls and spirals, she feels the ground beneath her fade away. She's flying, weightless. The world around her dissolves, leaving only the ecstatic sensation of being alive. This is a mystical experience that transcends the ordinary, a glimpse into the divine. All around her, others succumb to the ecstasy, the air thick with the scent of wine and sweat, with cries of joy and primal yelps suggesting liberation from the confines of civilized existence. It is primal, raw, an awakening of the senses that shatters societal norms, revealing a truth that lies beneath the surface of everyday life. The boundaries blur between the self and the divine. Dionysus laughs among them, a playful spectre, urging them to let go, to embrace the chaos swirling around them. The night deepens, and the tempo quickens. The drums beat louder, resonating like a heartbeat, quickening, matching the pulse of the universe. Callista feels her body move in ways she never thought possible, each sway and spin a reflection of her innermost desires, unleashed and unguarded. She's not just dancing, she is becoming, merging with the energy of those around her, each person connected in a web of ecstatic unity. But the ecstasy brings with it a shadow. As the heights of joy reach their peak, an undercurrent of fear seeps through. What if this wild abandon leads to something darker? The stories whisper of those who have lost themselves completely, who have vanished into the forest, never to return. But even as doubt flickers at the edges of her mind, the allure is too strong. In that shared moment, the group is a mass of throbbing heartbeats, each person a note in a celestial melody, lifting each other higher. And then, suddenly, it happens. The vine-crowned figure of Dionysus appears before Callista, radiant and powerful, his laughter echoing like thunder. He reaches out to her, a hand extended, inviting her to join him in the dance of creation and destruction that is life itself. With a breathless gasp, she accepts. Energy surges through her veins, igniting a passion she never knew existed. She is swept away, floating beyond the veil of reality, experiencing visions of color and sound, of love intertwined with loss. She sees the faces of her beloved and those she has lost, all merging into a tapestry of existence that is both beautiful and tragic. The thrill of connection, the pain of separation, all pulse within her, each feeling more vivid than the last. In this moment of transcendence, time blurs. There is only now. Around her, the other dancers seem to be caught in their own revelations, each experiencing their own mystical journey within the embrace of Dionysus. The air crackles with energy, a divine symphony of hearts and spirits intertwining, breaking through the mundane into the extraordinary. As the night stretches on, it becomes clear that this is not merely a celebration of life, but also an exploration of the depths of the human soul, the ecstasy of being alive, the beauty of surrender, and the terrifying thrill of touching the divine. The boundaries between the self and the universe continue to dissolve, leaving behind only the raw, pulsating essence of what it means to be human. In the shadows, the flickering flames of the torches cast wavering images of the past and future, a glimpse into the eternal dance of existence. Callista, now lost in the rhythm, feels the world outside the temple fade into an echo, leaving only the beating of her heart in time with the dance of the god. In this ecstatic embrace, she teeters on the edge of revelation, knowing she has crossed a threshold from which there is no return. And as the night deepens, the dance pulls her ever closer into the wild embrace of Dionysus, the god who revels in the ecstasy of life itself. In the dusky twilight of an ancient city, shadows danced on the walls of the temple, where flickering torchlight cast eerie shapes that whispered secrets only the night could understand. The air buzzed with tension, a palpable electricity that felt alive as the faithful gathered in hushed reverence, their faces illuminated by the soft glow. Here, amidst the marble columns and the scent of incense, the cult thrived, woven tightly into the fabric of society. But beneath the surface, a storm brewed. Discontent and skepticism simmered like a pot about to overflow. The worshippers, draped in flowing robes, moved with grace, their chants rising and falling like waves against a rocky shore. They sought solace in the rituals, those enigmatic practices that seemed to connect them with something greater than themselves. Yet, just beyond the temple's radiant light, in the shadows of alleyways and marketplaces, there were murmurs of doubt. "What are these rites, and to whom do they truly belong?" whispered a merchant, glancing nervously over his shoulder. The air grew thick as he spoke, a knot of worry tightening in the pit of his stomach. The cult was a double-edged sword, praised for its community and scorned for its secrecy. Even the most devoted followers felt the weight of scrutiny. As they poured offerings into the hands of a stone idol, they were met with scornful gazes from those who chose to remain outside the fold. "They are nothing but fools, blind to the truth," a philosopher declared, his voice rising above the din of the crowd. "They chase shadows while the light of reason shines all around them." His words pierced the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of the dissenters. A ripple of agreement echoed, transforming quiet disdain into bold declarations. Yet the faithful pressed on, driven by an unyielding belief that transcended reason. They would gather under the watchful gaze of the moon, in secret, exchanging stories of miracles and divine encounters. A young woman, her eyes wide with wonder, recounted her vision of the goddess, who appeared to her in a dream, showering her with blessings. With each tale, the devotion of the cult grew stronger, brick by brick, building a fortress against the outside world. The skeptics could not understand the profound connection that blossomed in those dimly lit corners, where faith became a lifeline in uncertain times. As the debates escalated, the tension within the city mirrored the turmoil within families. A mother, torn between her love for her son, a devoted acolyte, and her fear of the unknown, sat alone in her dimly lit home. Her heart ached as she recalled the boy who once played in the fields, now transformed into a fervent believer, consumed by the teachings of the cult. What if he is lost to this madness? She pondered, a tear escaping her eye. Her husband, too, felt the strain, caught between loyalty to tradition and the allure of something new, a force that could turn the world upside down. The cult's influence seeped into every aspect of life, from the grand festivals that colored the city in brilliant hues to the secretive gatherings where truths were whispered and destinies intertwined. Acceptance and criticism waged an unending battle, each side digging in deeper. In the marketplace, a stallholder shouted, "This is madness, leading our children astray. We must stand against the tide." His words ignited a firestorm of support, but they also fueled the flames of the cult's fervent followers, who responded with chants that echoed in defiance. Night after night, the temple became a sanctuary for the lost and the searching. Within its sacred walls, the air thickened with incense and the promise of acceptance. Each ritual, each prayer, offered a moment of escape, allowing followers to forget the world outside, a world fraught with misunderstanding and fear. They looked into the faces of their fellow believers and saw hope reflected back, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of adversity. But the pressure was mounting. With every passing day, the walls began to close in. The philosophers grew louder, their voices resonating through the city like a clarion call. "What is a community built on secrecy?" they challenged. "What will become of our children if they are taught to shun reason?" The rift widened as tension seeped into every conversation, every glance. Families were divided, friendships frayed, and the very fabric of society threatened to unravel. On one fateful night, as the moon hung low and full, the cult prepared for a ceremony unlike any other. The air crackled with anticipation, and the faithful gathered, their hearts pounding in unison. Outside, the dissenters, armed with banners and words of protest, assembled in growing numbers, ready to confront the fervent believers. An electric charge filled the air. As emotions ran high and the stakes soared, the faithful, clad in their ceremonial garb, emerged from the temple, their faces lit with conviction, ready to face the storm that awaited them. "Will you stand with us or against us?" a voice boomed, cutting through the tension like a knife. The crowd fell silent, the weight of the question hanging heavy. A chill ran down the spine of a young follower, unsure how to navigate the storm of emotions swirling around her. She clutched her amulet tightly, feeling the warmth of its familiar presence, as if it could anchor her amid the chaos. The clash that was about to unfold was not just a battle of beliefs. It was a collision of faith and skepticism, acceptance and condemnation. The heart of the city would beat louder that night, echoing the struggles of every individual caught in the web of a cult that promised salvation and sparked fear in equal measure. As the first voices rose in protest, the faithful answered back with their own fervor, and the world around them ignited with passion, leaving behind the quiet echoes of doubt that lingered just beneath the surface. In that moment, the lines between criticism and acceptance blurred, and the ancient city stood poised on the edge of transformation, unaware of the profound changes about to unfold. The moon hung low over the ancient hills of Greece, casting silvery shadows that danced like wraiths over the cobblestones of the marketplace. It was here, amid the whispers of the past, that the followers of Dionysus gathered, their hearts pounding with a mix of joy and trepidation. They were seekers, yearning for more than mere existence. They sought truth, but the path was never straight, and the terrain of the soul was fraught with peril. As they raised their cups filled with rich, dark wine, the intoxicating aroma mingled with the air, wrapping around them like a lover's embrace. Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and chaos, was not simply a deity to be worshipped. He was a living, breathing paradox. His essence captured the conflict between reason and madness, joy and despair, revealing the duality of human existence. In the flickering candlelight, the revelers found themselves caught in a throbbing rhythm, their bodies swaying and their minds racing. With every drop of wine, they danced closer to enlightenment. Yet, with every sip, they risked losing themselves entirely. Amidst the laughter, a philosopher stood apart, his brow furrowed in thought. He pondered the implications of Dionysus's teachings. What did it mean to seek truth in a world so tangled in illusion? Was the ecstasy brought forth by wine a genuine glimpse into reality, or merely a mirage, a fleeting escape from the mundane? The philosopher watched as his companions surrendered to the frenzy, their eyes gleaming with the wildness of Dionysus, and he felt a twinge of envy. Was he missing something essential? Could truth be found in the chaos, or Was it merely a facade that concealed deeper truths lurking beneath the surface? The air was thick with emotion, a palpable tension that hummed in the background. A young woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall, approached the philosopher. "Are you afraid of losing your mind?" she asked, her voice teasing yet earnest. "Isn't that what we seek, to step beyond the bounds of our reason and embrace the unknown?" Her question hung in the air, heavy with implications. The philosopher felt a shiver run down his spine. He was aware of the ancient tales that spoke of madness as a form of insight, that sometimes the greatest truths lay hidden within the depths of chaos. Yet the fear of losing oneself gnawed at him, a constant reminder that while Dionysus offered liberation, he also demanded sacrifice. As the night deepened, the celebration reached a crescendo. The revelers began to chant, their voices rising like a storm. "To Dionysus, to truth!" they cried, lost in a frenzy that blurred the lines of reality. The philosopher, observing their fervor, felt an inner struggle, a longing to join them, to let go of his reservations, yet a fear that the intoxicating embrace of the god would swallow him whole. In that moment, the air crackled with electric energy. Dionysus himself seemed to materialize in the shadows. His presence felt like a warm gust of wind, seductive and powerful. He was a figure of laughter and chaos, embodying both the joy of existence and the shadow of despair. The philosopher's heart raced as he considered the implications of worshipping such a figure. Was it an invitation to experience life in its fullness, or a seduction into madness? The ecstatic crowd erupted into a dance, their movements wild and unrestrained, and the philosopher saw flashes of truth in their abandon. They were liberated, unshackled from the chains of societal expectation. Yet he also saw the danger, the fine line between ecstasy and oblivion, between self-discovery and self-destruction. The echoes of laughter mingled with cries of anguish, each note a reminder of life's duality. Dionysus was not merely a god of revelry, he was a mirror reflecting the complexity of the human condition. In the midst of the chaos, a lone figure stumbled away from the crowd, tears streaming down her cheeks. The philosopher approached her, compelled by a mixture of compassion and curiosity. "What troubles you?" he asked softly. She looked up, her eyes wide with a blend of sorrow and clarity. "I thought I could find truth here, but all I feel is emptiness," she confessed. "The wine, the dance, they are fleeting. What remains is a void." Her words struck a chord deep within him. The philosopher realized that while the euphoria of Dionysian ecstasy could illuminate certain truths, it could also mask deeper pains, unresolved questions left festering in the shadows. The search for truth was not merely a celebration. It was a confrontation with one's deepest fears, a willingness to face the darkness that lay within. As the night morphed into dawn, the philosopher understood that the revelers, in their exuberance, were not simply fleeing reality, but engaging with it in a raw and unfiltered manner. They were searching for answers in the very chaos that Dionysus embodied. The philosopher felt a rush of understanding. The essence of truth might not lie in definitive answers, but in the questions themselves, in the willingness to embrace uncertainty and paradox. With this revelation coursing through him, he turned back toward the crowd, where laughter and music still echoed in the early light. Dionysus, forever dancing between reason and madness, stood at the center, a figure of both promise and peril. The philosopher felt the urge to join them, to plunge into the vibrant tapestry of life, to taste the wine of wisdom that could only be savored in moments of sheer abandon. As he stepped forward, leaving his fears behind, the world around him shimmered with possibility. The philosopher's heart raced, caught in the intoxicating dance of existence, where every beat of the drum reverberated with the pulse of truth. Dionysus was the harbinger of revelations, the keeper of secrets buried beneath layers of joy and sorrow, and in the throng of laughter and tears, he sensed that the search for truth was not a solitary endeavor, but a shared experience, one that transcended the boundaries of reason and embraced the chaotic beauty of life itself. As twilight draped the land in hues of purple and gold, a whisper of laughter floated through the air, echoing off the hills like a forgotten song. A crowd gathered in a clearing, each face illuminated by the flickering glow of torches, a modern homage to ancient rites where revelry and introspection intertwined. Here, in this space held sacred by generations, the spirit of Dionysus stirred, a figure who transcended time, weaving threads of ecstasy and introspection into the very fabric of contemporary spirituality. Dionysus, the god of wine, festivity, and transformation, had long been a symbol of liberation and the ecstatic embrace of life's mysteries. He was the one who taught humanity the art of letting go, of surrendering to the wild rhythm of existence. It was said that in his presence the mundane faded away, revealing the underlying truth of joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain. This duality pulsed through the veins of his modern followers, seekers of meaning in chaotic times, who dared to dance on the edge of the unknown. Among them was a woman named Ilara, her heart beating in time with the drumming that reverberated through the gathering. She had come seeking something, a connection to a world beyond the ordinary, where the spirit of Dionysus could awaken in her soul. Memories of her mundane life flickered like shadows in her mind, but here, under the canopy of stars, she felt the weight of expectation lift, replaced by a giddy thrill of potential. With every beat, she surrendered more, allowing herself to be pulled into the intoxication of the moment. As the night deepened, the stories of Dionysus echoed around her, woven into the fabric of the night by voices steeped in passion. Tales of the Bacchae, the frenzied followers of Dionysus, who, in their wild abandon, found not just madness, but profound insights into the nature of existence itself. The air crackled with the energy of those ancient rites, as participants transformed their pain into celebration, their sorrow into song. Could she, too, find her truth through the embrace of chaos? Ilara's mind raced with the possibilities, each thought igniting a spark within. From the circle of dancers emerged a figure cloaked in vines and leaves, the embodiment of the god himself. His eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom, and his laughter rang like a bell, calling forth the spirits of the earth. He beckoned the crowd closer, urging them to shed their inhibitions, to revel in their humanity. Ilara felt a surge of courage, the thrill of leaving behind the shackles of her daily life, of becoming part of something larger than herself. In that moment, she realized that Dionysus was not just a relic of the past. He was an ever-present force, alive in the hearts of those willing to embrace their desires, fears, and hopes. Around her, the faces transformed through the magic of the night. Strangers became friends, and friends became family, united in the celebration of life's fleeting beauty. They danced like the Bacchae, weaving through the darkness, their laughter punctuating the air like fireworks. Each movement told a story, a testament to the enduring influence of the god who had once roamed the earth, challenging boundaries and igniting the flames of inspiration. Yet, as the night wore on, the intensity shifted. The laughter turned to tears, and the joyous revelers became reflectors of their own inner turmoil. Ilara watched as pain and beauty collided, as one man lamented lost love, and another woman faced the shadows of her past. In the spirit of Dionysus, they were all allowed to feel. No mask was needed, no pretense upheld. The catharsis was palpable. It was the sacred gift of vulnerability. Here, amidst the joy and sorrow, the spirit of Dionysus thrived, reminding everyone present of the importance of embracing every facet of the human experience. The vine-clad figure moved among them, whispering words of strength and understanding. "Let your pain become your song, your sorrow your dance," he urged, his voice a gentle echo through the night. Ilara felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes, the weight of her own unexpressed emotions pressing against her heart's walls. This was not just a celebration, it was a call to authenticity, a reminder that every story, whether of joy or grief, was sacred. As dawn approached, the air thick with mist and serenity, the festivities began to quiet. Ilara stood at the edge of the circle, breathless, her heart swelling with untamed emotions. The dance had shifted into a solemn procession, a tribute to the journey each person had taken. The spirit of Dionysus lingered as a reminder that life was a tapestry, woven from threads of ecstasy and anguish, each strand essential to the whole. In that sacred moment, the world around her seemed to fade, and all that remained was the pulsing energy of unity and acceptance. She felt the god's presence within her, a whisper that urged her to carry this experience beyond the clearing, into the mundane world that awaited her return. The lesson was clear. Dionysus was not just a figure of the past, he was a living current, an invitation to engage fully with life, to celebrate and mourn, to love fiercely and let go. The sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the remnants of the night's reverie. Ilara knew that this was not the end, but a continuation of the dance she had begun. As the last remnants of night faded into day, she could feel the touch of Dionysus guiding her steps, intertwining her fate with those who had come before and those who would come after. With a heart full of courage and an unwavering spirit, she stepped away from the circle, ready to embrace whatever awaited her, the echoes of laughter still ringing in her ears, carrying her forth into the unfolding story of life. The air was thick with the scent of fermenting grapes as the sun sank low, casting a golden hue over the ancient vineyards of Greece. Here, in this sacred land that once pulsed with the wild rhythms of Dionysian revelry, one could almost hear the echo of laughter and the whispers of forgotten secrets. This was a space where madness danced hand in hand with ecstasy, a place where the ordinary peeled away like the skin of an overripe fruit, revealing a sweetness that intoxicated the senses. In the dim light of a rustic taverna, old men gathered around tables worn smooth by time, their laughter rising above the clink of wine-filled cups. Each sip of the rich red nectar sparked in them a fire, igniting long-buried passions and dreams. In those moments, they became more than mere men. They were vessels of Dionysian spirit, their voices weaving tales of love, loss, and madness. The wine flowed, its warmth like a lover's embrace, loosening tongues and unshackling hearts. It transformed mundane conversations into poetry, where every word carried the weight of history. But outside that taverna, the world twisted and turned in a different tempo. The humdrum of modern life pressed heavily on shoulders, trapping souls in glass towers and concrete jungles. In the rush to achieve, to fit in, to find meaning in spreadsheets and social media likes, many had forgotten the ecstatic liberation that came from surrendering to the wildness of existence. They wandered through life, numb and overworked, missing the tangy sweetness of freedom that dripped from the vine. This tension brewed silently in the hearts of countless individuals, longing for a taste of something real. The ghost of Dionysus lingered in the corners of their minds, a whisper against the backdrop of their daily grind. Some sought refuge in the intoxicating embrace of wine, while others turned to fleeting moments of madness, an impulsive dance in the rain, a kiss stolen under the stars, or a confession that slipped out like a secret born from desperation. These acts, though small, were sparks of rebellion against the sterile chains of routine. In ancient times, the Bacchanalia transformed the fabric of society, an explosion of colors, music, and movement that obliterated the ordinary. Participants would don masks and costumes, allowing the boundaries of their identities to dissolve in a kaleidoscope of ecstasy. For just one night, they became gods and beasts, transcending the monotony of their daily lives. The drums would beat in a primal rhythm, urging them to cast aside their worries and lose themselves in the moment. And, like a wave crashing against the shore, they surrendered to the wild, their souls dancing in the embrace of madness. Yet, in modernity's relentless march, such spaces of release had become scarce. The rhythms that once invigorated life had been replaced by the sterile click of keyboards and the constant ping of notifications. Still, in the depths of night, when the world lay in slumber, the stars twinkled with the promise of something greater. It was during these silent hours that the whispers grew louder, calling out to the restless hearts. They beckoned from the shadows, urging the weary to break free, to lean into the madness that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, was not merely a relic of ancient lore. He was a mirror reflecting the suppressed desires of humanity. His essence lingered in the laughter of friends gathered over a bottle, in the sweet escape of a night spent dancing under the moonlight, and in the fierce passion of lovers entwined. In every glass raised, there was a promise of liberation, a reminder that life was meant to be savored. The mere act of drinking became a rite, a celebration of existence that echoed the wild feasts of old. But with that freedom came a cost. The line between madness and ecstasy blurred dangerously, often leading to dark corners where despair lingered, the stories of those who lost themselves in the depths of their vices were etched into the annals of history, cautionary tales warning of the thin thread that separated joy from sorrow. Yet, in that very chaos, there was a beauty, a poignant recognition that life, in all its messy glory, was a gift. The madness of existence was not something to be feared, but rather embraced, pulsating with the raw energy that drove humanity forward. In every gathering, whether it was a boisterous feast or a quiet conversation among friends, there lay an unspoken yearning for connection, for a return to the primal joy of being alive. The world may have changed, but the essence of humanity remained the same. The laughter that echoed through the taverna was an invitation to reclaim one's spirit, to dance to a rhythm that defied convention. And as the wine flowed and the night deepened, so too did the understanding that madness and ecstasy were not mere distractions. They were vital threads in the tapestry of life. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, so too does the human experience ebb and flow between the mundane and the extraordinary. It was in the embrace of the wild, whether through laughter shared with friends or the solitary sip of wine, that one could find a flicker of the divine. It beckoned to those willing to lean into the chaos, to drop their masks and to revel in the beauty of being human, imperfect, flawed, and utterly magnificent. And so, with hearts ablaze and spirits unchained, they danced not just in the flickering glow of candlelight, but within the very fabric of life itself. In that moment, they were not alone. They were part of a grand tapestry woven through time, a celebration of existence that would continue to echo long after the last drop of wine had been consumed. The evening lingered on, an invitation to lose oneself in the madness, to taste the ecstasy that life, sweet, bitter, chaotic, and beautiful, had to offer.